Chapter 588. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. After a while, he said, "Sect leader Zhu, you have to know that I must win this battle." "Then let's do it." Zhu Qingzhu lightly waved his sword. "Then I'll offend you." Yang Dingtian took a few steps back. Qin Wanqiu, who had the highest cultivation, stepped out. He drew his sword and saluted, "Senior brother Zhu, please advise me." "Please." Zhu Qingzhu said. Qin Wanqiu waved his sword. The dark flame in his abdomen was condensed to the extreme. The martial soul in his arms shook violently. Suddenly, the dark flame in his martial soul burst out. In an instant, a blazing demonic kirin roared. The dark qi, dark flame and martial soul of a 7-star martial grandmaster. Qin Wanqiu used all his strength to attack. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes focused. The sharp sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. A beam of white sword light shot out. Two shocking forces collided in the air. Boom! A shocking light instantly cut off the middle of the mountain, turning it into a platform of a few hundred square meters. The earth-shattering explosion was as bright as day. Qin Wanqiu took a few steps back. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Qingzhu staggered slightly but was safe and sound. "Admit it," Qin Wanqiu said and stepped back. In this battle, Qin Wanqiu used all his strength. He used the dark flame, martial soul and condensed all his dark qi. As for Zhu Qingzhu, he only used ordinary dark qi sword radiance. He did not use the dark flame or martial soul. Qin Wanqiu was still defeated. Dongfang Minmi stepped out and bowed, "Junior brother Zhu, please advise me." At this moment, Dongfang Minmi did not hide his voice. Zhu Qingzhu trembled and said, "Senior brother Dongfang." "It's me." Dongfang Minmi said, "However, this body belongs to senior brother Leng Qingchen." Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, "Zhu Qingzhu greets senior brother Dongfang." Dongfang Minmi nodded with a smile. He waved the sword in his hand and shook it lightly. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the sword radiance shot out in all directions. Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly emitted a huge beam of light. His body instantly grew several dozen meters tall. The sword shadow in his hand was also over 100 feet long. Dong! Dongfang Minmi brandished his sword. Suddenly, all of the moonlight to the east of Zhu Qingzhu suddenly condensed. The surrounding space instantly turned dark. All of the light condensed into the image of a huge sword. West. Then, in the space to the west, the moonlight condensed. The surrounding darkness condensed into a 300-meter-long sword shadow. South. North. Go. Down. A moment later, Zhu Qingzhu was surrounded by 6 gigantic swords that were 1,000 feet long. Zhu Qingzhu's voice trembled. 6 swords of chaos. Dongfang Minmi said, "That's right. It's my first time using it. I've failed before, but I didn't expect it to succeed after my soul grew stronger. If I remember correctly, even Shimen Wuya didn't learn this primal chaos 6 swords." Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then, he lightly threw the sword in his hand into the air. In an instant, his sword split into countless sword shadows. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Shimen Wuya didn't have a sword soul. These sword shadows were created by his cultivation base. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the tens of thousands of sturdy swords instantly spun rapidly, completely protecting Zhu Qingzhu's body. A moment later, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared again. A few hundred meters around Zhu Qingzhu was completely surrounded by flying sword shadows. They were like thousands of meteors. It was incomparably beautiful. Go! Zhu Qingzhu's sword suddenly slashed down. Suddenly, the 6 gigantic swords of the primal chaos 6 swords pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the 6 gigantic swords pierced into the countless sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu. In an instant, the sound of countless weapons clashing could be heard in the air. As if they were real swords, the countless sword shadows shattered into pieces. It was as if there were countless sharp sword fragments falling from the sky like thousands of fireflies. The 6 gigantic swords shattered inch by inch. In an instant, within dozens of miles of space, countless swords were dancing and fighting. Would the 6 gigantic swords win? Or would Zhu Qingzhu's sword shadows win? The results were out quickly. The thousands of sword shadows around Zhu Qingzhu were all shattered into pieces. As for the 6 gigantic swords, only half a foot of them remained and pierced towards Zhu Qingzhu like lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh, almost instantly, Zhu Qingzhu seemed to have grown 6 arms. 6 swords blocked Dongfang Minmi's 6 flying swords. Clang 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 clang, Dongfang Minmi's 6 sword souls turned into ashes. I'm ashamed. Dongfang Minmi bowed. Zhu Qingzhu bowed and said, I'm the one who's ashamed. I've already lost in the battle of swords. However, in the battle between you and me, I've won again. In the battle of swords, Zhu Qingzhu had indeed lost. Because his thousands of sword shadows were all shattered into pieces, and Dongfang Minmi's sword souls still had a foot left. However, when it was about to hit Zhu Qingzhu's body, it was easily destroyed by him. Therefore, in the battle between martial artists, Zhu Qingzhu had won again. At this moment, the one who was shocked was Qin Wanqiu. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi's body was Ling Qingqian's. He had just broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm and was barely a 2-star Great Grandmaster. Qin Wanqiu was a 7-star Great Grandmaster. However, Dongfang Minmi had a sword soul. If he really stood up, Qin Wanqiu might not be able to win. The possibility of losing was higher. The sword soul was too powerful. After Dongfang Minmi, Ning Busi stepped up. Ning Busi also used his strongest martial soul, Xian skill, and mystic flame. However, he was still defeated in one move. Next, Qing Dabii was also defeated in one move. Then, it was Shadowless. Shadowless. Please advise me. Zhu Qingzhu said. The two of them faced each other from a mile away. Whoosh, in an instant, Shadowless disappeared into the endless darkness. In the blink of an eye, Shadowless appeared behind Zhu Qingzhu and slashed down with his sword. Pig-slaying swordsmanship, the second move, beheading. Zhu Qingzhu stabbed the sword on his back at Shadowless. However, Zhu Qingzhu's attack only hit Shadowless afterimage. Suddenly, a sword stabbed out from the darkness and reached Zhu Qingzhu's sea of qi in an instant. It twisted and turned, real and fake. This sword seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The sword appeared inch by inch, followed by Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu stretched out his right hand at lightning speed, wanting to catch Shadowless' sword. Zhu Qingzhu's speed was extremely fast, and he caught it in an instant. However, the sword that he caught was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Immediately after, another broken sword, like an afterimage, seemed to layer upon layer, suddenly stabbed towards his chest. Everyone was completely shocked by Shadowless's swordsmanship. They were completely stunned. Yang Dingtian also did not expect the pig-slaying swordsmanship to be so terrifying and amazing in the hands of Shadowless. Zhu Qingzhu could only watch helplessly as Shadowless' sword pierced through his chest. He was completely unstoppable. His entire chest was about to be pierced by Shadowless. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly condensed in front of Zhu Qingzhu's chest. The golden light instantly turned from energy to substance. Clang! Shadowless' sword stabbed directly into the golden light energy, but it could not move an inch. All the energy in Zhu Qingzhu's body suddenly condensed on the golden light and burst out. Shadowless' sword suddenly bent, and then his entire body flew out like a straw. Shadowless' face twitched, and he bowed. I'm ashamed. Zhu Qingzhu bowed. I'm ashamed. In terms of swordsmanship, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. I can't block your sword, so I've already lost. But in terms of martial arts, I've won again. 5 of the 6 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side had already fought, and all 5 of them had lost. Each of them only had one move. Finally, it was time for the ancient beast, Xiao Xiao, to fight. Xiao Xiao, go. Yang Dingtian said. Oh. Xiao Xiao suddenly tore off the white cloak on its body, revealing its ugly face. Everyone's eyes suddenly shrank. It was not that they had any prejudice against ugly women, but this woman was really too ugly. Zhu Qingzhu's eyes revealed a trace of doubt, and then he turned his head slightly. Everyone's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Bang! Xiao Xiao was like a human-shaped cannonball as he charged forward. Oh, he ran over directly. However, his speed was too fast, so he rushed over like a cannonball. Zhu Qingzhu stood on the spot, his green robe fluttering in the wind, waiting for Xiao Xiao's ultimate move. Ah! Xiao Xiao suddenly threw a punch. Bam! 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 Xiao Xiao rushed in front of Zhu Qingzhu. Xiao Xiao began to wave its fists and violently punch. In an instant, everyone was once again stunned. That punching technique was completely like a child's fight. It was completely random and without any order at all. However, the power and speed of each punch was astonishing to the extreme. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a word. Pegasus Meteor Punch. Each of his punches could really blow up a dinosaur. The whistling sound of every punch was like a supersonic sonic boom. Every punch created a gust of wind that compressed the air. It was completely capable of shattering a person's body and bones. However, those punches were completely random. Bam! 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 Xiao Xiao's fists danced wildly. She threw almost 100 punches in a second. In an instant, everything within a radius of dozens of miles was destroyed. Wherever the wind from her fists passed, regardless of whether it was trees or boulders, everything was smashed into pieces. Every fist she threw out was like a terrifying cannonball. However, she couldn't hit the target and could only bombard indiscriminately. The more Zhu Qingzhu fought, the more shocked he became. What kind of monster is she? The power of her punches was even more shocking than that of Buddha's 1,000-year Yaksha beast. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In a breath, she had thrown hundreds of punches. Zhu Qingzhu realized that the ugly woman's punches were extremely powerful. Even if she managed to land a hit, Zhu Qingzhu would not feel good at all. He could not even withstand it. However, it was too difficult for the ugly woman to land a hit on him. Even if she punched randomly for 10 years, she would not be able to land a hit. However, the ugly woman became more and more violent as she fought. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her speed and strength were increasing. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to end the shocking and boring battle, so he immediately began to counterattack. He also used his fists. It was harder for Xiao Xiao to land a hit on Zhu Qingzhu than to ascend to the heavens. It was harder for Zhu Qingzhu to miss Xiao Xiao than to ascend to the heavens. Therefore, all of his tricks hit the mark. Zhu Qingzhu only wanted to send her flying, so he went easy on her. However, something that surprised him happened again. His punches landed on Xiao Xiao's body like mud sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. Xiao Xiao did not even lose a single hair, let alone vomiting blood. Therefore, Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. He hit Xiao Xiao a few hundred times again. Still, there was no reaction. Zhu Qingzhu increased his strength again. Increase. 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 Finally, Zhu Qingzhu gathered his sea of qi into his fists and transformed them into golden arms. He punched Xiao Xiao's body with a force of more than a few million catties. How shocking was this power? Even the 1,000-year-old Hell Yiksha beast was torn apart alive. In an instant, Zhu Qingzhu's golden fists landed on Xiao Xiao's body like raindrops. This time, Xiao Xiao's body reacted. She furrowed her brows and looked at Zhu Qingzhu's golden fist. You're hitting me," she said savagely. Everyone almost vomited blood when they heard that. "Zhu Qingzhu must have punched you tens of thousands of times before you feel it. So you didn't even feel the fist that hit your body just now." Xiao Xiao rubbed the place where she was hit and roared, I'll fight you to the death." Then, Xiao Xiao was like a wild beast or an enraged monkey. She punched and kicked at Zhu Qingzhu like a storm. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground. The battlefield spanned hundreds of miles. Wherever the two of them passed, the place was ruined. Countless castles, mountains, and forests were all destroyed by Xiao Xiao's fists. Zhu Qingzhu was gritting his teeth as he prepared to meet the enemy head-on. He really did not expect to face such a battle. The enemy's strength was so great that he could not withstand it at all. Her speed was faster than his, and her strength was greater than his golden arms. However, her martial arts level was not even comparable to a novice martial artist. Even if she fought for 10,000 years, she would not be able to hit him. He could hit her with his eyes closed, but hitting her 10,000 times would be like scratching an itch. Where did Yang Dingtian find such a monster? However, Zhu Qingzhu also roughly understood that this monster should be the humanoid form of the ancient sea beast. No wonder it was so ugly. Just like that, the two of them fought crazily. They fought for hundreds of miles. They fought from night to dawn. Then, they fought from dawn to dusk. A few hundred miles down below, it was already a mess. Everything had been completely destroyed by Xiao Xiao. Zhu Qingzhu wanted to wait until her Xian Qi was exhausted before he defeated her and won the battle. However, he did not expect that this ugly woman's strength seemed to be endless. Her profound energy had not been exhausted, but his profound energy was about to be completely depleted. This ugly woman had punched him millions of times, and she did not even hit him once. She was still fighting crazily, and she did not know how to stop. I can't take it anymore," Zhu Qingzhu roared. His face was ferocious, and his evil spirit doppelganger suddenly burst out. It was like a ferocious ghost, and it pounced on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao screamed when she saw this horrifying ghost. In the blink of an eye, she ran away without a trace. It was as if she was very afraid of second-grade evil spirit energy. Just like that, Zhu Qingzhu ended the battle. He had won this battle with great difficulty. Then, he couldn't help but bend down and gasp for breath. This battle was really won with a red face. In the end, he actually scared his opponent away instead of beating her away. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian hatefully. "Where did you find this monster?" Yang Dingtian looked at the ground that was in a mess and had a bitter expression. Xiao Xiao was very powerful. She was still very powerful even in her human form. However, she was not reliable at all. She could not hit anyone with her childlike fighting moves. Not to mention that she could not hit Zhu Qingzhu. Any grandmaster could easily dodge her attack. Moreover, she only knew this one skill. She did not know any Xian skills unless she transformed into a giant beast and could spit out lightning. Therefore, she could be said to be extremely powerful, but she could also be said to be completely useless. "Alright, your 6 grandmasters have all lost," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Now, you can let your 6 grandmasters come at me together. However, I will not stop here. I will fight with real swords and spears. I won't kill them, but I can't guarantee how serious their injuries will be." Yang Dingtian's face twitched. If he really wanted to fight like this. The scene of Zhu Qingzhu killing 4 grandmasters was still vivid in his mind. Back then, Zhu Qingzhu had killed those 4 martial grandmasters effortlessly. Now that he had completely demonized himself, there was simply no one who could match him. If he really wanted to fight, Yang Dingtian's 6 grandmasters would be severely injured. Zhu Qingzhu saw that Yang Dingtian was standing still and said, Yang Dingtian, your grandmasters have all come out. I will give you one more chance. Let your 6 grandmasters come at me together and fight with all their strength. Anyway, this is a critical moment. There is no need to care about morality. Then, Zhu Qingzhu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air to recover his xian qi. Let me know when you want to fight together. The faces of the 5 grandmasters on Yang Dingtian's side twitched. They circulated their xian qi and prepared to fight with Zhu Qingzhu. It did not matter if they won or lost, no one could stand such humiliation. Yang Dingtian, either you fight or you surrender. Zhu Qingzhu said sternly. Don't worry, I will not let anyone from Black Heaven sect fight. If you defeat me, I will abdicate and let Zhuo Qingqi be Black Heaven sect leader. I will give Zhongzhou to you. If you lose, get out of Zhongzhou and we will not interfere in each other's business. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. Yang Dingtian, if we fight, blood will flow like a river. You can make the decision if you surrender, Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian walked out slowly and said, the Council of Light is determined to get Black Heaven Pavilion and ground-splitting city. I choose to fight. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qingzhu laughed maniacally. Alright, let's fight to our heart's content. I won't kill you, but don't blame me if something happens to you. No, it's not the 6 great masters who will fight you. Yang Dingtian said, it's me who will fight you one-on-one. It's a gentleman's battle. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Previously, the 6 great masters had all been defeated in a single move. Yang Dingtian still wanted to defeat Zhu Qingzhu. Was he dreaming? Yang Dingtian said, faction leader Zhu, a gentleman's battle is decided in one move. Is that right? That's right. Zhu Qingzhu said, all 6 great masters were defeated in one move. They couldn't even touch a hair on my head. So, if you can knock off a strand of my hair, you win. I will abdicate and give Zhongzhou to you. When Zhu Qingzhu said this, he was filled with absolute pride. I know that you have the lightning-type mystic skill, demonic sky fisher, but that little bit of lightning is nothing to me. It can't even penetrate my energy shield. Zhu Qingzhu said proudly, if you want to knock off a strand of my hair, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. A lightning-type mystic skill could ignore any defense and attack all energy shields. There was no mistake about that. However, when it penetrated, there would be a loss. It was just like Mo Ling's energy shield. It was not that it could not be broken, but it required an astronomical amount of energy to break it. And Yang Dingtian's lightning-type mystic skill could not break Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was merely a 5-star grandmaster. If he wanted to strike down a 9-star class grandmaster like Zhu Qingzhu, it was truly a daydream. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yang Dingtian, I advise you to surround me with 6 people. Although there will be casualties, at least you will have a chance of winning. If you want to fight me alone, there is basically no chance of winning. Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian said slowly, I have decided. Zhu Qingzhu said to Dongfang Minmi, senior brother Dongfang, are you going to let Yang Dingtian mess around like this? Dongfang Minmi said, Yang Dingtian is our common leader. His decision is also our highest will. Alright, then get ready to get out of Zhongzhou. Zhu Qingzhu said calmly, Yang Dingtian, even if you have done me a great favor, I will not go easy on you. Because I am a warrior, I am an indomitable martial artist. I know. Yang Dingtian said. Alright, since you are not stupid, then let's begin. Zhu Qingzhu said slowly. Then, the energy shield began to cover his body. He held the sword with both hands. Yang Dingtian slowly raised the Emperor-grade soul sword. Huff, a white mystic flame. This was the million-spirit demonic flame. Huff, then, another white mystic flame appeared. This was the demonic spirit demonic flame. 2 heaven and earth mystic flames. It was enough to shock everyone. However, it was useless. Now that the 2 mystic flames had lost their yin and yang attributes, they did not have any killing power. Even if the 2 mystic flames were at their peak, they would not be able to harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. They would not be able to penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi was of the primal chaos attribute. He could easily penetrate Zhu Qingzhu's energy shield. However, the primal chaos attribute mystic flames did not have any killing power. They could not harm Zhu Qingzhu at all. The 2 heaven and earth mystic flames were condensed to the extreme. Then, they flew towards Zhu Qingzhu at lightning speed. No one could feel the heat from the 2 flames. Instantly, everyone held their breaths. No one dared to believe that Yang Dingtian would win. Even 6 great masters couldn't injure Zhu Qingzhu, let alone Yang Dingtian. The 2 snow-white mystic flames hit Zhu Qingzhu and penetrated his energy shield. That's right, the primal chaos attribute energy could enter any energy shield, including the energy shield. The 2 mystic flames even hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead. However, it was useless. They could not harm him at all. Zhu Qingzhu sneered. Is this your ultimate move? It's completely useless. Now, it's my turn to fight back. I've said that I won't show you any mercy. Get ready to get out of Zhong's state. Everyone instantly closed their eyes in pain. Indeed, miracles were hard to come by. Yun Kailin, who was far away, was in despair. However, at this moment, suddenly, the 2 mystic flames that hit Zhu Qingzhu's forehead collided. Pa! A shocking bolt of lightning struck. It was several times more powerful than the lightning that hit Ning Wuming previously. An incomparably powerful bolt of lightning shot out from Zhu Qingzhu's evil spirit energy barrier and struck Zhu Qingzhu's head. Not a single bit of energy leaked out. Suddenly, Zhu Qingzhu's head lit up with a dazzling light. The light was thousands of times more powerful than the sunlight. It was as if it was going to blind everyone's eyes. Why? Because the lightning that was a few square miles had been condensed to a few centimeters. How shocking was this energy? Pa! After the bright light, almost everyone was temporarily blinded. Gradually, they regained their vision. Everyone could clearly see that Zhu Qingzhu had a huge wound from his head to his nose. Blood was dripping from the wound and the wound was so deep that one could see his bones. The long hair on his head was instantly burned clean. Zhu Qingzhu had said that one would win if one managed to knock off a strand of hair. However, Yang Dingtian had destroyed all of his black hair. How was this possible? Everyone was shocked. How could Yang Dingtian allow the 2 mystic flames to enter the energy shield? After hitting Zhu Qingzhu, the 2 mystic flames collided and created a lightning attribute mystic skill? How was this possible? Chapter 589. Zhu Qingzhu had said that he would win if he knocked down a strand of hair, but Yang Dingtian had almost directly split his head and destroyed all his hair. This was a miracle. Zhu Qingzhu was also completely shocked and stunned. The Thunder Mystic skill was the most complicated and mysterious mystic skill in the world. In the entire chaotic world, only 1 in a billion people had thunder talent. Therefore, Thunder Mystic skills were often the symbol of the disciples of the hidden sect. Now Yang Dingtian not only had Thunder Mystic skills, but he could also use 2 chaotic mysterious fires to create thunder and lightning. How was this possible? Zhu Qingzhu felt not only shock, but also fear. Of course, it was not fear of Yang Dingtian's strength, but fear of an unknown realm. There was something that even Zhu Qingzhu could not understand, but Yang Dingtian had mastered it. How could Yang Dingtian do this? In the past few months, when he had free time, he used part of it to cultivate, so he had broken through to the 5-star 9th grade Grandmaster. But when he still had time, he entered meditation and continued to study the highest wisdom of the martial arts civilization, about the divine realm. What Shuwu Piaoyan wrote was the most advanced martial arts civilization in the world. In the language of Earth, the software written by others was tens of megabytes, and it was completely based on the secondary development of a certain computer system. Shuwu Piaoyan, on the other hand, wrote only 1/10 of what others wrote, but he could complete 10 times more work than others. Moreover, he developed it completely based on the most primitive level of the computer, and even directly changed the core. Therefore, the effect of studying the pig-slaying swordsmanship was many times better than studying other secret manuals. In the almost infinite years in the meditation space, he had read the yin and yang codes of the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship countless times. First, he looked at code by code, then paragraph by paragraph, then chapter by chapter. The entire first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had billions of codes. When you read code by code, it was almost difficult to find something. But when you read paragraph by paragraph, you would find something different. Each paragraph was made up of thousands of yin and yang codes. With these yin and yang codes as pixels, they would completely form a very mysterious and special pattern. These paragraphs were the basic components of the martial arts civilization's secret manuals. Only after these codes were combined into a paragraph could a certain function be implemented. Of course, there were tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of different stages in the martial arts civilization. Every section was meant to achieve a different cultivation goal. It was impossible to memorize all of them. Therefore, the most important task was to understand the rules between paragraphs and remember a general classification. After he had a rough understanding of the passage, he zoomed in once more and read the chapters one by one. Every chapter was made up of hundreds or thousands of paragraphs. Every paragraph was a pixel, and these hundreds and thousands of pixels formed a new pattern. This pattern was the chapter. The entire secret manual was made up of hundreds of chapters. With each chapter as a pixel, it formed a pattern. Therefore, at Shuwu Piaoyan's level, he could tell at a glance what the secret manual was about, who wrote it, what flaws it had, and what improvements could be made. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not do this. He was still trapped in the passage. In the martial arts civilization, there were tens of thousands of passages that were roughly categorized and logically ordered. These things had taken him more than a few decades in the meditation space. Therefore, meditation was the only way to comprehend the martial arts civilization. Otherwise, even if you spent your whole life, you would not be able to pass the threshold. Of course, back to the main point. Yang Dingtian's understanding of martial arts had only reached the level of a paragraph. However, in the first half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, there was a very clear description of the relationship between chaotic Xian Qi and lightning. Some of the descriptions were very consistent with Yang Dingtian's knowledge of Earth. In terms of yin and yang, the lightning element was neither yin nor yang. However, lightning itself was composed of yin and yang. In the theory of Earth, there were positive and negative electrodes. Moreover, lightning was produced by the collision of a large number of positive and negative ions. In the same way, the chaotic Xian Qi did not belong to either yin or yang. It was composed of yin and yang. Therefore, logically speaking, the chaotic Xian Qi was the same as the lightning. Therefore, after the yang attribute million spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xian Qi, it became countless yang attribute particles. After the ice attribute demon spirit demon fire turned into the chaotic Xian Qi, it became countless yang attribute particles. Even though they didn't have any offensive capabilities themselves. However, when they collided, lightning was born. Yang Dingtian had injected almost all of his Xian Qi into the two Xian flames and then condensed them into a few. Yang Dingtian had the Xian Qi of a 5-star level 9 Grandmaster and the enhancement of the Emperor Grade Soul Sword. Coupled with the energy of the two Xian flames, how terrifying was the lightning that was condensed into. It could be said that even a 9-star level 9 Grandmaster would be killed if he was hit by it. When the lightning that was a few square kilometers in size was condensed into a few centimeters, how terrifying was its power. Zhu Qingzhu was a 9-star grandmaster. Originally, this would not cause any harm to him. However, this lightning was too condensed. It was produced within the evil spirit energy shield and could ignore any defense in the human body. No Xian Qi could lock it down. Therefore, when the lightning struck down, it tore a hole on his head and burned all the hair on his head. This was Yang Dingtian's victory. However, this was also a victory for the martial arts civilization. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had used the wisdom of the martial arts civilization to obtain a victory. He had just entered the divine realm, but he had already obtained such a victory. Therefore, even though his cultivation was ranked outside of the top 100 in this world, he was still able to do so. In terms of martial arts wisdom and vision, he stood at the peak of the entire world. He was at the peak of the world for thousands of years. How did you do it? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I modified the core of the Thunder Xian skill manual and changed the attributes of the 2 Xian flames. Then, I created lightning. Yang Dingtian said. His words were very simple, but Zhu Qingzhu felt dizzy and almost fainted. Divine realm? Zhu Qingzhu asked. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Dingtian said. Zhu Qingzhu muttered to himself, maybe. I shouldn't have competed with you. You are the son of heaven. No matter how hard you work, you can't win against the heavens. In the past, I completely disdained your evil ways, but now. Maybe you can really win. Although your current strength is not even 1,000th of the Demon King Wintian's, the height you are standing at is completely different. Although his speed is very fast on the ground, there are countless mountains and seas obstructing him. However, you can directly fly in the sky without any obstructions. If this journey is 100 million miles, then even if he has already traveled 10 million miles and you have only traveled 10,000 miles, you can still fly in the sky. Maybe the final victor will still be you. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Qin Wanqiu and said, Old brother Qin, among us, you are the most cunning. Therefore, when you relied on Yang Dingtian, I was really puzzled. You are such a smart person, how could you do such a stupid thing? Now, it seems that you are the most cunning person. You really have good eyesight. All right. Zhu Qingzhu wiped the blood on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the wound on his forehead disappeared without a trace, and the hair on his head quickly grew back. As expected of a second-grade evil spirit. His hair was burned off, but it grew back quickly. Yang Dingtian, look, my hair is growing back. So, shouldn't it mean that you haven't knocked off a single strand of my hair? Doesn't it mean that I haven't lost yet? Zhu Qingzhu said. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Martial Uncle Zhu, don't make such a joke. My mental endurance is very ordinary. If I don't admit it, what will you do? Zhu Qingzhu asked. Kill you, Yang Dingtian said. Can you do that? Zhu Qingzhu asked. I can. Yang Dingtian said, however, the price is really too big. I have to use all my trump cards for the next few years. The losses outweigh the gains. However, I have no choice. Alright, you've bluffed me. Zhu Qingzhu said, I've said it before. If you can hurt even a strand of my hair, I'll consider it my loss. You split my head open and burned off all my hair, so you win. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Zhuo Qingqi, then at the Black Heaven sex experts, and finally at Yang Dingtian. Where's Zhu Hongxue? Yang Dingtian waved his hand lightly. Instantly, dozens of white figures flew over from the snow mountain in the distance. They were all Grand Masters of the Council of Light. Of course, Zhu Hongxue was among them. People say that the disobedient son is the most loved by his parents. It seems that this saying is true. Zhu Qingzhu looked at Zhu Hongxue and smiled slightly. Then, he said with a serious expression, "All right, I'll make an official announcement here. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will step down and pass the position of Black Heaven sect leader to senior brother Zhuo Qingqi. In the future, Zhuo Qingqi will pass the position to Zhu Hongxue. The future of Black Heaven sect will be decided by the new Black Heaven sect leader. I, Zhu Qingzhu, will withdraw from the middle state struggle." Then, Zhu Qingzhu looked at Yang Dingtian. "By the way, are you going to imprison me?" Yang Dingtian said, "That should be very difficult. I can't do it for now." "Since you can't do it, then I'll leave. I'll leave everyone's sight and fulfill my other wish," Zhu Qingzhu said. "Don't you plan to stay?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, of course not," Zhu Qingzhu said. "I can't do it like Qin Wanqiu. Moreover, I have the energy of a grade 2 evil spirit in my body. When the demon king Wentian is resurrected, I will completely lose my will. I'm no longer of much use to you. The demon king Wentian's resurrection is getting closer and closer. I'm pressed for time. I have to hurry up and fulfill my mission. Farewell." Zhu Qingzhu turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Dingtian and everyone else looked at the ruins that were hundreds of miles underground. This battle had completely destroyed the castle of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, as well as the surrounding castles. This battle had exceeded everyone's expectations since the beginning. No one expected that the scale of this battle would be so large and that so many people would die. No one expected Zhu Qingzhu to be so powerful. He had killed 4 martial grandmasters and dozens of martial grandmasters. He had defeated 6 of Yang Dingtian's martial grandmasters in a row. No one expected Ning Wuming to be so heaven-defying. He had dug out his own eyes and stuffed them into the demon spirit eye. After putting on the demon spirit mist cloak and other treasures, he was so powerful that he almost forced Zhu Qingzhu to perish together with him. Of course, the most unexpected thing was Yang Dingtian's last trick, the miraculous mystic flame lightning. Even though the attack power of this lightning bolt was nothing to Zhu Qingzhu, it was still extremely powerful. However, this mystic flame lightning was at the height of the martial arts civilization. It had defeated everyone present, including Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, this bolt of lightning that came from the wisdom of a martial arts civilization not only destroyed Zhu Qingzhu's long hair, but also instantly pierced through his mental state. It made him admit defeat on the spot and withdraw from the middle state battle. Long live! Long live! After a moment of silence, someone suddenly took the lead and shouted. Then, everyone followed suit. Victory! This battle that lasted for 2 days and 2 nights had started unbelievably and ended unbelievably. In the end, Yang Dingtian's Council of Light had obtained a great victory. Yang Dingtian had eliminated Ning Wuming and defeated Zhu Qingzhu in martial arts. From now on, he was not only the ruler of the West State, but also the ruler of the Middle State. Now, no one could stop him. He had reorganized the entire world and was going all out to prepare for the upcoming battle. At this moment, Zhu Qingzhu's voice suddenly rang in Yang Dingtian's ears. "Yang Dingtian, be careful of Wu Yuming. He's your next enemy. He's much harder to deal with than me." A castle in the Cloud Sky Pavilion was brightly lit. The Council of Light was holding a banquet to celebrate this great victory. The Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilion were undoubtedly the 2 most excited parties. Their calamity had finally been averted. At the banquet, Yun Zhenu did not say a word. Her eyes were dazed as if she was still immersed in some kind of state. These 2 days and 2 nights were a shock to her, but it was also a baptism. In the next few days, she would have to think about many things about herself. This time, the shock that Yang Dingtian brought to her was unparalleled. She had decided that after she had thought things through, she would look for Yang Dingtian and tell him some secrets that even her mother did not know about. On the snowy peak of the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Zhuo Qingqi, and Qin Wanqiu were walking leisurely. Yang Dingtian said, Uncle Master Zhua. I would like to invite your Black Heaven sect to join the Council of Light. What do you think? Chapter 590. When Yang Dingtian invited the new Black Heaven sect leader, Zhuo Qingqi, to join the Council of Light, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu could not help but look at Zhuo Qingqi. Even though Zhu Qingzhu had abdicated and passed the position of sect leader to Zhuo Qingqi. However, Zhuo Qingqi was not an easy person to talk to. This person's personality might be even more stubborn than Zhu Qingzhu. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhuo Qingqi nodded and said, "All right." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He had a lot to say, but he could not bring himself to say it. Yang Dingtian said. Zhuo Qingqi suddenly asked, "Right, now that the biggest traitor of the Tiando League has been defeated, is there still a need for the Council of Light to exist?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. The Council of Light was indeed created to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, it lacked righteousness, so Yang Dingtian imitated the nihility Piao Ling and created the Council of Light. Now that Zhu Qingzhu had been defeated, was there still a need for the Council of Light to exist? There is still a need, Dongfang Minmi said, because of the emergence of a very strange force like the Vulture sect. If the Council of Light is abolished, Little Tian can only use the name of the hidden sect leader to command the world. However, Little Tian's cultivation is still insufficient, so it is difficult for him to be the hidden sect leader. Everyone nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "Before sect leader Zhu left, he warned me to be careful of Wu Yuming, saying that he will be my next enemy." Sect leader Zhu seems to have a secret agreement with the Vulture sect. What is this agreement? Zhuo Qingqi said, Lingxi did come to the Black Heaven sect, and sect leader Zhu did agree to some things in exchange for sect leader Zhu taking over the Cloud Sky Pavilion, Fisher City, and even the entire Middle State. However, I really don't know what the agreement is. After the discussion, Yang Dingtian and Zhuo Qingqi could not find anything to talk about. Hence, they returned to the Cloud Sky Pavilion's castle to drink with Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, and the rest. Sect leader, Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and clinked glasses with Yang Dingtian. All this while, he had been standing firmly on Yang Dingtian's side and knew that there would be a day when Yang Dingtian would fight against his father. Zhu Hongxue didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. He also didn't say anything about how to deal with Zhu Qingzhu. However, father and son were connected by heart. It was impossible for him to not care about his father at all. This was the best ending sect leaders' sects. Of course, in Yang Dingtian's opinion, Zhu Qingzhu was the culprit who plotted against Shimen Wuya. If it was possible, Yang Dingtian wanted to punish him. But could Yang Dingtian do it now? Was not. The fact that Zhu Qingzhu was willing to admit defeat and retreat was already a great advantage. Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Huayu. "Oh right, we can finally relax after this battle. Are you going to hold your wedding with Song Lihua?" Qin Huayu said, "I don't have the final say in this matter. However, I want to marry her." At this moment, Kuei Ning suddenly came up and said, "Sect Master, you promised me before that you would find a marriage for me." "Yes, I promised you." Yang Dingtian said, "I'll take this time to seriously choose one for you." "Actually, I've already chosen one," Kuei Ning said. "It's just that I didn't dare to say it before Nangong Xiuxiu's death was confirmed." "You've already chosen one?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. "When you were in the West Province, you were either fighting or patrolling every day. You didn't have the chance to meet a girl. Who is this girl?" As soon as he said this, everyone's attention was focused on him. They were all very curious about the girl that Kuei Ning had taken a fancy to. Seeing everyone looking at him, including his father, Kuei Ning's face turned red. "Sect leader, do you still remember the girl we rescued in White Cloud City? She's the wife of that damn Ji Feng. Yu Yao. My fourth sister." Qin Huayu said in surprise, You've taken a fancy to her." Kuei Ning said, why? Can't I? Yes, of course you can. Qin Huayu said, but she's already married. But I've already married, Kuei Ning said. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Kuei Ning, I can't think of any interactions between the two of you. Kuei Ning said embarrassedly, back then, when we rescued the Qin family's fourth young mistress, she was panic-stricken. She was skinny and weak, and had been bullied by that pervert Yi Feng for a long time. So when I first saw her, I felt pity for her. After that, she rode my demon eagle back to Cloud Sky City. Although we didn't talk much, her kindness and weakness made me want to protect her. Qin Huayu was overjoyed. He patted Kuei Ning's shoulder and said, good job. Don't worry, I've agreed. I'll entrust this sister to you. Kuei Ning said, don't worry, don't worry. This is just my wishful thinking. Fourth young mistress doesn't know about it yet. I don't know what her attitude is. Don't worry. Qin Huayu said, she's teaching children in Cloud Sky City. After we go back this time, I'll ask her about her attitude. No. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, this kind of thing needs the man to take the initiative. Kuei Ning, when you go back with me this time, you'll propose to fourth young mistress yourself. This kind of thing needs to be done by yourself. That's right, you'll have to do it yourself. Chou Yiming slammed the table and shouted, this is like entering the bridal chamber. You can't ask others for help. His words were too vulgar. After he said it, everyone stared at him coldly. Chou Yiming's face trembled. Did I go overboard? Everyone nodded. Chou Yiming slapped himself and said, I'm sorry. I'm not sensible and the friends I made are all vulgar people. I've been led astray by them. Qin Huayu looked at Chou Yiming and said, Chou Yiming, have you broken through to Marshal Honorable? No, not yet, but soon. Chou Yiming looked around and said something else. This time, those who came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to help are all experts above Marshal Honorable. You're just a Marshal Xian, why are you here? Qin Huayu said with a smile. At least this means that I'm not afraid of death. Chou Yiming said, besides, so what if you've broken through to Marshal Honorable? Have you ever punched or slashed with your sword? When he said this, Qin Huayu and the others coughed and raised their cups, come, drink. At this moment, Yun Zhenu was wearing a snow-white long dress and was holding onto a wine cup. She walked over leisurely and arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. She spoke gently, Sect Head Yang, can I go out for a walk with you? After saying this, Yun Zhenu's beautiful face turned completely red. Afterward, Yang Dingtian's side was completely silent. Qin Huayu, Zhu Hongxue, Chou Yiming, Kuei Ning, Zhao Mu, and the others looked at Yang Dingtian with strange expressions. Yang Dingtian's face and ears turned red as he replied, then all right. Then, Yang Dingtian followed Yun Zhenu with the wine cup in his hand. Oh! Instantly, the group of people cheered. Sect leader, it's too cold outside. Don't sleep outside. It's the best place to sleep in the snow. Chou Yiming said loudly, besides, our sect leader's body is burning hot. When the time comes, his whole body will be on fire. What's there to be afraid of? Sect leader, remember to come back before dawn. Otherwise, it'll be bad if the brothers patrolling in the sky see you. Kuei Ning also cheered. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu's faces turned red as they ran out as though they were escaping. Then, everyone in the hall, including the sect leader and the city lord, burst out laughing and slammed the table. Yang Dingtian and Yun Zhenu walked on the snow-covered mountain road. At this moment, you don't look like a leader at all. Yun Zhenu said, every time Lingxi is in front of the servants, he is always smiling and gentle. He never loses his temper. However, everyone is trembling in front of him. They don't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Dingtian said, I don't have anything high and mighty about me. I came from a humble background. This is something that can never be washed away. Of course, I don't really want to wash it away. You don't have to wash it away. Yunjena said, now I know that this is the noblest thing. Because he is natural and real. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid to realize this until now. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. He did not know how to continue the conversation. Wu Yuming walked on the same mountain road with you before, right? Yunjena asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, it was the second time I came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion to force you to marry me. At that time, in my eyes, when you were walking on the mountain road, he was like an immortal. He did not leave a single trace on the snow. You, on the other hand, bent down slightly and stepped on the snow, leaving a deep footprint. Yunjena said, at that time, I was laughing in my heart. I felt that the difference between you and him was like heaven and earth. Of course, he was the cloud in the sky and you were the mud under his feet. At that time, my state of mind was so laughable. Then what do you think now? Yang Dingtian asked. You are still mud and he is still cloud. Yunjena said, but, so what if we are mud? The chaotic land itself is mud. After we die, we will turn into mud too. Anyone who tried to avoid this fact was hypocritical and pompous. The so-called white clouds look good but they are illusory. One moment it is white, the next it becomes dark clouds, the next it becomes thunder and lightning, tearing everything apart. Yang Dingtian laughed, I agree with your words, but I can't say it as well as you. Right, sect leader Yang, you feel that my footsteps are like that of a woman. She is one of your wives, right? Yunjena asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, there should be a reason. Yunjena said, because my master has always walked like this. After being influenced by her for a long time, I also walked like this. Your master is a reclusive monk? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, a monk. Yunjena said, a woman with an ordinary face who looks like she will never grow old. I grew up with her since I was a child. Until a few months ago, she suddenly disappeared. After that, I returned to my mother's side. Then how is your master's martial arts? Where did she learn it from? Yang Dingtian asked. I can't tell, she has never revealed any martial arts. Yunjena said, I cultivate a middle grade 8 martial skill from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. But my chi cultivation, xian skills and so on were all taught by my master. How is your cultivation now? Yang Dingtian asked. Advanced Martial Saint. Yunjena said. How old are you? Yang Dingtian asked. 24. Yunjena said. Yang Dingtian is startled. This is very amazing. After Dongfang Bingling broke through to the Ancestor Realm, the young elites of the Primal Chaos Continent all rushed to break through to the Ancestor Realm. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, Dongfang Bingling, Ning Wuming, Zhu Hongxue, and so on all broke through to the Ancestor Realm. However, it can be said that none of them relied on normal cultivation to break through to the Ancestor Realm. They were either evil spirits or Xian Flame. As for Yunjenu, he relied on his own strength to reach the advanced martial saint realm at the age of 24. This is quite amazing. Don't forget, the Yin-Yang schools Ling Ao and Zhu Hongxue, who were the peerless duo, had not broken through to the ancestor realm. He was only an advanced martial saint. After asking about his age, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Sect Master, do you know Linggu? Yunjenu suddenly asked. Yes, I know. Yang Dingtian said, once, we had a relationship. I saw her in Zhongjing. She opened a clothing store. Yunjenu said, of course, we also criticized you together. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian did not know how to continue the conversation. Just like how I have misunderstood you, she also has misunderstandings about you. Yunjenu said, do you need me to explain to her? We are both women, it's more convenient for us to talk. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, she is different from you. You don't understand me at all, so it can be called misunderstandings. However, she does understand me. Therefore, she can only be considered as a form of disapproval. She changed herself first and then changed her view of me. There are some things that others can help with, but there are some things that others can't help with. Let her be. Yes. Yun Zhenu said, Sect Master, when are you returning to the Western continent? Probably within the next 2 days. Yang Dingtian said, the reorganization of the Western continent is not complete yet. Next, we need to integrate the Earth-splitting city and the Sky Cloud Pavilion into the Western continent. There are many things that need to be done. Then, with the announcement of the Black Heaven sect joining the Council of Light, the Middle Continent will definitely undergo a great change. We need to hold the fort and stabilize the Middle Continent in the shortest time possible. Yun Zhenu said, previously, you forced me to marry you. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, yes, that's right. We did this dishonorably in order to infuriate your mother. Yun Zhenu blushed and said, then, does the forced marriage still count? Yang Dingtian was stunned and did not know what to say. Then, if I propose to you and become your concubine, will you agree? Yun Zhenu raised her beautiful face and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian panicked and said, this is the opinion of your father and mother, right? Chapter 591. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yun Zhenu nodded slightly, indicating that this was Yun Kalin and Kue Si's idea. Then what do you think? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenu fell into silence. Yang Dingtian, just say what you want to say. There's no need for the Cloud Sky Pavilion to have a marriage alliance with me now. Yun Zhenu thought for a while and said, I admire you very much now, but in front of you, I've already made a fool of myself. Therefore, every time I meet you, I feel even more deeply about my own stupidity. This feeling is very strange. Yang Dingtian nodded hard. This was a very normal mentality. Two people had an intense argument over something, and in the end, one was right and the other was wrong. The one who was right might be able to face everything calmly and wouldn't be complacent. And the one who was wrong, in front of the one who was right, would feel very uncomfortable. In this aspect, people were divided into 4 classes. The first class was happy after hearing about it. After knowing their mistake, not only would they not feel annoyed, they would feel happy instead. However, there were very few people like that. The second class was to admit their mistake and face it calmly, but still feel complicated. The third class was to become an ostrich after making a mistake, not saying a word and acting as if nothing had happened. The fourth class was to do everything possible to turn a mistake into a right one. Yun Zhenu couldn't be in the first class, but she was in the second class, which was considered not bad. In Yang Dingtian's heart, only Shimen Ningning, Shimen Wuya, Dongfang Minmi, and a few others could be in the first class. However, Shimen Yanyan, this little girl, was in between the first and second class. When she realized her mistake, she would admit it calmly and have complicated thoughts, but she would quickly adjust herself and become happy again. Qin Jiaojiao, on the other hand, was a completely different type. Her reaction was, I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, whether or not she could correct her mistakes completely depended on her own memory. If she remembered, she would correct it. If she couldn't remember, it was inevitable that she would make more mistakes. So, everyone said that she was an idiot. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Then. Yun Zhenu said, I want to practice martial arts properly and not marry for the rest of my life. I want to pursue martial arts and follow you in the future war to create true value. You don't have to remain unmarried for life. Yang Dingtian laughed and said, if you are Dugu Fengwu, I will never allow you to get married. But you're not her. If you meet someone you like in the future, you should give yourself and the other party a chance. Let's talk about it in the future then. I think that after meeting Lingxi and meeting you, there might not be any man in the world that I would admire. Yunjuna said, you two men, one of you disgusts me and makes me want to die from shame. Let me follow you in the future and become your loyal supporter. Nice to meet you. Yang Dingtian extended his hand and said, welcome to the team. Yunjunu didn't shake Yang Dingtian's hand. Instead, she took the initiative to hug Yang Dingtian. Her delicate body was in Yang Dingtian's embrace. After hugging for a while, Yunjuna said, thank you for breaking my pride and ego. Next, I will find my true self. Yang Dingtian didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have as many feelings as Yunjunu. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian led many experts back to the West Continent. Yunjunu didn't choose to stay in the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Instead, she came to the West Continent with him. The entire West Continent was in a state of reorganization and construction. The integration of Earthfisher City and Cloud Sky Pavilion into the Council of Light was accelerated. Earthfisher City's Devil Vulture Army was fully integrated into the Council of Light's army. Cloud Sky Pavilion's Crystal Demon Fleet was also integrated into the Council of Light's navy. Earthfisher City's few hundred sorcerers and mystics all entered the West Continent and entered the Council of Light's most confidential research department. The navy was the most important thing for Yang Dingtian in the future. It was very difficult to win against the Legion of Doom on land. Therefore, the navy was very important. Therefore, they had to build large gunships and large submarines. Once they used the Cloud Sky Pavilion's crystal power, the Council of Light could build 4,000 to 5,000 ton gunships. They could also build 1,000 to 2,000 ton submarines. Moreover, with the powerful crystal power, whether it was the warships, submarines, or even torpedoes, their speed could be doubled. After returning to Cloud Sky City, the first thing Kuei Ning did was propose to Qin Yuyao. Originally, he had designed a very romantic dialogue. However, it didn't work. Moreover, it was ruined by little Ningning's group of children. Therefore, the proposal was very dry and he forgot to give her a gift. However, after Qin Yuyao heard it, her eyes still turned red. Then, she nodded gently. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu found Song Lihua and said, Sect leader Yang said that it's time for us to settle our matter. Song Lihua's beautiful head was buried in a pile of documents. She nodded and said, whenever you want to do it, just let me know on that day. That'll do. Then, Song Lihua buried herself in the documents again and started to work crazily. Just like that, Qin Huayu's proposal was successful. 3 days later, in the brand new Shijing, the Council of Light held a grand wedding. Kuei Ning married Qin Yuyao, while Qin Huayu married Song Lihua. The two weddings were held together. The entire Council of Light stopped working crazily for half a day and once again entered a sea of joy. All the experts were drunk and sprawled on the ground in the main hall. After the wedding, there was a meeting. Shijing's Council of Light's main hall. Zhuo Qingqi, Qin Wanqiu, Qiu Wanjie, Song Shao, Yun Qi, Kuei Si, Duan Ruyan, Qiu Wanjie, and all the other leaders of the forces were gathered. Sect leader Zhuo, when are you going to publicly announce that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. 3 days later, sect leader Zhu will appear and publicly announce that he will focus on martial arts from now on. He will pass the position of sect leader to me. Then, I will announce to the world that the Black Heaven sect has joined the Council of Light, Zhuo Qingqi said. Yang Dingtian said, then I'll have to trouble you all to lobby the entire Central Continent. Let the entire Zhongzhou Tiando League join the Council of Light. Yes. Everyone replied. These sect leaders, city lords, and pavilion masters would follow Zhuo Qingqi to Central Continent to begin a huge lobbying campaign. They had to convince all the forces in Central Continent to join the Council of Light. Once they succeeded, Dongfang Minmi would make a public appearance and officially announce that the Yinyang school had joined the Council of Light. Once the Yinyang school joined, it would mean that the entire East continent had joined as well. The East continent was different from the West continent and Central continent. It was a pure martial arts continent. The Yinyang school was the undisputed leader of the East continent. Once they succeeded, the Council of Light would officially rule the world. Then, they would immediately convene the Tiando League Assembly. At that time, Yang Dingtian, the leader of the Council of Light, would become the leader of the entire Tiando League. Then, they would immediately reorganize the Council of Light from an organization of power to a temporary war organization. They would fully prepare for the Doomsday War in the future. Therefore, once they finished lobbying the Central Continent, it would mean the reunification of the Tiando League. The Tiando League Assembly would also be officially convened. From then on, the world would enter a new era. They would wholeheartedly prepare for the Doomsday War. Seniors, do you think it will be difficult to lobby? Yang Dingtian asked. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult. Zhuo Qingqi said, there are two key points. First, Wu Yuming, the vulture sect must not interfere. Second, the evil ways sect must not interfere. The most important thing is that the infiltrators of the evil Dao and Wu Yuming must not work together. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right. Their next biggest enemy was Wu Yuming. Behind him were the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades, two extremely powerful forces. Of course, Wu Yuming was under the banner of righteousness and righteousness. Many things could not be done directly. However, the spies of the evil Dao were unscrupulous. Once Wu Yuming colluded with the evil ways sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian could not eliminate Wu Yuming immediately. The Sea of Hades, the Vulture sect. However, he could eliminate all the sects in the Central Continent at once. Ning Wuming had said that the list of evil ways sects in the Central Continent, as well as the cultivated evil spirits and the treasures of the evil ways, were all hidden in a secret place. Ning Wuming was the only one who knew about this secret place. Now that Ning Wuming was dead, he had said that the list and the location of the secret treasures were all on Wu Maji's ring. Of course, Wu Maji did not have a space ring. Perhaps the information was on her ring. Ning Wuming had said that he wanted Yang Dingtian to pass the Dark Spirit Black Armor and Dark Spirit Mist Cloak to Wu Maji. Therefore, even if it was to eliminate the evil ways sects in the shortest time possible, Yang Dingtian had to go to the Snow Clan to meet Wu Maji. From another perspective, Wu Maji's stomach was pregnant with Yang Dingtian's child. Therefore, she had to make a trip there no matter what. However, he did not know if Wu Maji would still stab him with her sword. I will go to the Snow Clan tomorrow to get the list of evil ways sects in the Central Continent. We must not let Wu Yuming collude with the evil ways sects, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone replied. Duan Ruyan suddenly said, Sect Master, you promised that you would marry Ro, or after the battle. Tomorrow you have to go to the Snow Clan. Let's get it done today. Yang Dingtian immediately blushed. He nodded and said, all right. However, Uncle Masters, you should still go to the Central Continent. You can settle my matters in a small way. Don't delay your important matters. Qin Wancho instantly smiled and said, that's good. Then I'll first congratulate Sect Master on his wedding. Congratulations to you too. Yang Dingtian said embarrassedly. After that, Zhuo Qingqi, Qin Wancho, Qiu Wanjie, Song Shao, Kue Si, Yun Qi, and the rest went to the Central Continent to persuade the Central Continent factions to join the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, and Duan Ruyan went to Cloud Sky City to organize Yang Dingtian's wedding to Ning Ro, and Mu Liani. After the wedding, Duan Ruyan immediately rode the Demon Eagle to the Central Continent. However, there was a problem. As Yang Dingtian's elders, master and mistress had to attend the wedding. Therefore, the two of them would definitely meet. Master, Now that the big matter is about to be completed, and you are about to make a public comeback, you don't have to hide your identity anymore. Yang Dingtian said, so, why don't you reunite with mistress today? Dongfang Minmi's face twitched, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. He said, she is so happy now, and I owe her so much. I really don't know if it's right or wrong to disturb her life again. And my body now belongs to senior brother Leng Qingchen. Yang Dingtian said, no matter how happy mistress is, she still has two regrets in her heart. One is junior sister Bingling, and the other is you. As for you being conflicted that your body belongs to senior uncle Leng, I think both of you are old now, and your spiritual needs should exceed your physical needs. You don't have to do those things. Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by his master. Master's face turned red. Impudent child, is it appropriate to say such things to master? Yang Dingtian said, I'm just saying what you are embarrassed to say. Okay, don't say it. Dongfang Minmi waved his hand. Yang Dingtian said, by the way, master, should I go and tell mistress first, or do you want to go by yourself? Dongfang Minmi felt a little timid. He said, then I'll go by myself. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Yan, where's the baby? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan was practicing her sword for the first time, and her little mouth was pouted angrily. When she saw Yang Dingtian, she threw the sword away and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. Don't talk about that little heartless girl. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked with a smile. I want to play with my little sister every day now, but that little girl sleeps all day, so there's nothing to play with. The baby follows mistress and Jiao every day, Yan said. Then you can also accompany the baby, Yang Dingtian said. And I don't want to see Qin Jiao's face, Yan said. Yang Dingtian smiled. Didn't the two of you make up? That was in the past. Yan said, after mistress came, she became better at flattering than me. Mistress treats her better than me, and after having little Nan, she doesn't put me in her eyes at all. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but smile and pinch her little face. Oh right, where's Liani? Why don't I see her? She's angry at you, so she moved away from the valley to avoid suspicion. She's now the chief steward of the castle, Yan said. Yang Dingtian gently stroked Yan's neck and said softly, Yan, if I want to marry Liani and will you be angry? If I was angry, I would have died long ago, Yan said. Moreover, having you is just a thought in our hearts. You're not by our side most of the time. If we don't even give sister Liani and sister a thought, that's too cruel. Liani is in the castle, right? Yang Dingtian asked. And, go and find her. Yan said softly. Yang Dingtian walked towards Yunshao Castle and asked Mu Liani for her hand in marriage. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and officially met mistress. Chapter 592. Dongfang Minmi walked into the valley and arrived outside a small building. When he heard that familiar yet distant voice, his heart trembled violently. Then, his entire body trembled violently. His legs were almost stiff, and he couldn't take a step forward at all. It had been more than 10 years. Dongfang Minmi hadn't seen that face or heard her voice for more than 10 years. She was still as gentle as ever, the gentleness and kindness that seeped out from her bones. In these 10 years, he rarely dreamed of his wife. It wasn't that he didn't love or miss her. On the contrary, he missed her to the bone. It was just that he didn't dare to think about it. It wasn't just 10 years. It had been more than 20 years. Or rather, after they got married, his days with her could be counted on one hand. His mind was filled with finding the truth of this world, and he completely ignored his wife and daughter. As a result, his daughter had been resentful of him since she was young. Therefore, his wife became the infinite guilt and pain in his heart. All these years, he didn't dare to imagine how he would live without his wife. Therefore, after he was resurrected, he had been avoiding this point. For a moment, he couldn't open his mouth or take a step forward. At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and a beautiful young woman walked out. After seeing Dongfang Minmi, she frowned and said, "Old man, where did you come from? Quickly leave this place. This isn't a place where you can come. Other than my husband, no other man can come here. Come, immediately chase this old man out." Yes. Two maids immediately came out and wanted to chase Dongfang Minmi away. Apart from the idiot Qin Jiaojiao, there was no one else who would speak like this. In Qin City, she was already arrogant and bossy. Now that she was married and Yang Dingtian was extremely formidable, she was even more overbearing. Just like that, Yang Dingtian couldn't do anything. Fortunately, she had been staying at home. "Jiao, don't speak like that. It's impolite," the master's wife inside said gently. "Grandma, this valley is our home. Other than my husband, no one can come in," Jiao said sweetly. She was a chameleon. When she spoke to the master's wife, her voice was so sweet that it was dripping with honey. "You still have to speak properly." The mistress walked out with the baby in her arms and said gently, "Sir, there are only women in this valley. It's not convenient for you to be here. Why don't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she choked on her words and looked at the man in front of her in disbelief. "Did you hear that? My mother-in-law asked you to leave." Qin Jiaojiao pointed at Dongfang Minmi and said, "My husband is Yang Dingtian. My father is the lord of Qin City and this is my mother-in-law. She can even control my husband. No matter who you are, if you make my mother-in-law unhappy, you will definitely suffer." "Husband," master's wife said in a trembling voice. "Husband? Grandma, my husband isn't here," Qin Jiaojiao said. Then, she saw her mistress's tear-streaked face and her ecstatic expression. She was stunned and only reacted after a while. "Grandma, this is your husband, ah." Then, Jiaojiao screamed, knowing that she had caused trouble. "I'll go see if little Nan Nan is awake." Then, she didn't apologize and ran away. Yan, who was following behind, was completely stunned. She quickly walked over and knelt down in front of Dongfang Minmi. "Wife, Yan Shiman greets Grandmaster." Okay. Dongfang Minmi was speechless for a moment. Yan quickly took the baby away from master's wife's arms and ran away quickly. Master's wife rushed into Dongfang Minmi's arms and cried, "Husband, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm not dreaming, right? I've dreamed of you countless times. I've dreamed of you every night." There was still endless longing and gentleness, and there was still no complaint. Dongfang Minmi seemed to have come alive and hugged his wife tightly in his arms. The current Cloud Sky City was completely different from before. The previous Cloud Sky Castle and the surrounding 4 castles were basically the foundation of Cloud Sky City. Now, even the headquarters of the Northeast Defense District was located in Great Cloud Sky City and not Cloud Sky Castle. For example, Shiman Lai and Mu Yancheng, who were the commanders of the Defense District, were either in the cities of the Chaotic Lands or in Great Cloud Sky City. The current Cloud Sky Castle was more like Yang Dingtian's family. Furthermore, there weren't many Cloud Sky City disciples left in Cloud Sky Castle. Basically, when they cultivated to the Great Mystic Martial Master level, they would have to leave Cloud Sky City. They would either go to the West Capital, the Northern Lands, or Qin City. In short, they would have to go to a more difficult and harsh environment to cultivate. Now, in the entire Western continent, it was very difficult to differentiate between sections. The disciples of each faction were basically interconnected. In the entire Western continent, there were dozens of master-level experts and hundreds of martial supreme-level experts. These people would go to war during the war. When there wasn't a war, they would leave the army and become martial arts instructors. They would lead their disciples to travel the world and cultivate through actual combat. Moreover, the Heavenly Edict Academy had already begun its construction. Any disciple who surpassed the great mystic martial master level would have to enter the academy to study and cultivate. Yang Dingtian was already the academy's first dean in name. Dongfang Minmi would become the vice dean and the dean who stayed behind to take charge of the true management of the academy. Of course, the current Heavenly Edict Academy was still focused on martial arts. In the future, other subjects would be added, such as navigation, crystals, secret studies, and so on. Eventually, it would become a comprehensive university. However, this would probably take a few years. Now, the registration of all the warriors in the Western continent had ended. Basically, there were more than 300,000 registered warriors. In the Western continent, it was equivalent to 1 in 1,000 people being a warrior. The current status of a warrior should be equivalent to that of a scholar in China's ancient times. Being a registered martial artist was equivalent to obtaining the title of a scholar. They enjoyed a lot of benefits and didn't have to work. They didn't have to worry about food or clothing. Currently, the chaotic world's civilization was still dominated by martial arts. Yang Dingtian was slowly changing this. For example, he used cannons, warships, submarines, and torpedoes to obtain victory and change the situation. Therefore, in the Heavenly Edict Academy, these things already had a place. Of course, this was off topic. The current Cloud Heaven City was basically Yang Dingtian's home. It also had the best kindergarten and primary school in the Western continent. Junior high school. No one knew who started it, but ever since Yang Dingtian opened a school in the Cloud Heaven Castle, the entire Western continent's upper echelons sent their children over. Currently, there were children under the age of 14 to 15 everywhere in the Cloud Heaven City. Under the guidance of a few hundred teachers, they were learning literature and martial arts. When they were slightly older, they would follow higher-level teachers to the Great Cloud Heaven City. They would go to the chaotic lands to practice and cultivate. Mu Liancheng was currently the head of the civil officials in the Northeast Defense Region. Naturally, he couldn't manage the internal affairs of the Cloud Heaven Castle. Unknowingly, Mu Lianyi took over this matter. What made Yang Dingtian even more surprised was that Little Peach, the wife that Yang Dingtian married for Yang Zheng, actually became Mu Lianyi's assistant. This greedy and vain woman was experienced and knowledgeable. She actually managed everything in an orderly manner. At the beginning, her hands and feet weren't clean. Later on, she realized that she had no use for money. She had everything she needed, so she didn't ask for money anymore. However, it was inevitable for her to be greedy. "Fifth Madam, do you know who I met yesterday?" Little Peach asked Mu Lianyi while working. "Don't call me Fifth Madam." Mu Lianyi said, "Who did you meet yesterday?" "Zhu Yuping." Little Peach said. "Zhu Yuping. Who is she?" Mu Lianyi asked. "It's normal that you don't know. Back then, she was a big figure." Little Peach said, "You also know that before I married into our Cloud Heaven City, I sold my body in the courtyard. Back then, I was in a place called Flowing Fire City in the Land of Chaos. Zhu Yuping's husband was the leader of the strongest force in Flowing Fire City. Within a radius of 300 miles, he was like a local tyrant. When the boss of our brothel saw Zhu Yuping, he didn't even have a place to kneel, let alone me. I didn't even have the qualifications to see her. Later on, when our army attacked Flowing Fire City, her husband was cunning and directly surrendered. Now, he has become an official of our Cloud Heaven City and is in charge of a 3,000-strong second-rate army. I don't know how Zhu Yuping found out that I was in Cloud Heaven City and came looking for me. You didn't see how she fawned over me. Before she even saw me, she knelt from afar and kept calling me Madam Yang. She gave me a bunch of gifts. I felt so good back then. Speaking of which, I really have to thank our old Yang. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. The old Yang she was talking about should be Yang Zheng, who was now a walking corpse. Mu Lianyi didn't have the strength to feel Little Peach's vanity. However, although this woman was vain and greedy, she was generally kind and straightforward. She was also shrewish and quick in doing things, so Mu Lianyi liked her. Fifth Madam, when are you going to marry the sect master? Little Peach asked. That's impossible. He is him and I am me. There's no relationship between us. At most, I'll just be his servant, Mu Lianyi said. Please don't say that, Little Peach said. Fifth Madam, you're my only backer in Cloud Heaven City. I think you should hurry up and get married. After you marry the sect master, in the entire Western region, in the entire world, you'll be second only to a few people. I'll also be able to bask in your glory. Maybe at that time, even the wives of the city lords and pavilion masters will come to curry favor with me. Then you should count on your son, Mu Lianyi said. Yang Dingtian said that he would accept your son as his disciple. My God, that was something the sect master said casually. I don't dare to count on it. Moreover, it's still too early for that kid to grow up. I don't know if he'll be filial to me in the future. My glory for the next 10 to 20 years is all counting on you, Little Peach said. Moreover, this matter can't be any simpler. Which man doesn't like to cheat? You're beautiful and have a good figure. With your two strong and beautiful long legs, if a man marries you, I guarantee that he'll lose his soul. As long as you take the initiative, the sect master will obediently follow you. Maybe the sect master will dote on you more than the other madams. Madam, I've seen countless people, so I'm the best at this kind of thing. Listen to me. As long as a woman takes the initiative, there's no man she can't handle. Mu Lianyi was completely speechless. This thick-skinned woman wasn't ashamed of this at all. Instead, she was proud of it. Okay, stop talking. If you continue, I'll get angry, Mu Lianyi said. Anyway, I have nothing to do with Yang Dingtian. If you want to curry favor with someone, you're looking for the wrong person. You'd better look for Qin Jiaojiao or Shimen Yan. Really? Little Peach asked. Really, Mu Lianyi said. Then why don't you marry someone else? You used to be by the sect master's side. No matter who you marry, he'll be climbing up the social ladder. A woman can't mistreat herself. You'll only be young and beautiful for a few years, so don't delay yourself. The sooner you get married, the sooner you can enjoy yourself, Little Peach said. Shut up. Listen to me. I won't marry Yang Dingtian, and I won't marry anyone else. Can't a woman live without a man? Mu Lianyi said angrily. At this moment, Yang Dingtian walked in. When Mu Lianyi saw him, her delicate body trembled and she stood there in a daze. Then, her pretty face stiffened and she continued working as if she didn't see anything. Little Peach's voice was stuck in her throat. Then, she trembled and knelt down with her forehead touching the ground. Yang Zheng's wife, Madame Tao, greets the sect master. Then, she knelt there and didn't dare to get up. Get up. Yang Dingtian went forward and said, How's your family? Very good, very good. Little Peach trembled. My son is healthy and old Yang is not bad. Now, when I ask him to hold a bowl, he knows how to do it. Yang Zheng's soul had been extracted and he was now a walking corpse. Being able to hold a bowl should be a conditioned reflex. His IQ was equivalent to starting from zero. Speaking of which, Yang Dingtian still had some regrets about extracting Yang Zheng's soul. At that time, Yang Zheng might have rebelled and become a big problem. But now, there was no problem at all. It didn't matter if Yang Zheng directly became the lord of Cloud Sky City. Speaking of which, it was fate that made fools of people. The Yang clan had been constantly fighting and scheming for 100 years, and the price they paid was to take back Cloud Sky City. But now, just the 200 miles of Cloud Sky City alone was not worth mentioning. Great Elder Yang Yan's intelligence was astonishing and his schemes were astonishing. If he continued to stay in Cloud Sky City, who knew how much he could do? In a while, I'll go see old Yang and your son. You can go back first. I have something to say to Fifth Madam, Yang Dingtian said. Hearing this, Mu Lianyi's delicate body trembled violently. Little Peach's face was filled with ecstasy. She said, yes, yes. Then, she hurriedly left. In the entire pavilion, only Mu Lianyi and Yang Dingtian were left. Lianyi, I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian said. You don't have to be sorry, Mu Lianyi said. Tonight, I'll marry you, okay? Yang Dingtian said. No need. Mu Lianyi gritted her teeth. I'm doing very well now. I don't need your pity. Tonight, I'll marry your sister Ro and you. I won't make a big deal out of it. Just a small family affair. You won't mind, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Mu Lianyi turned around. Her eyes were red and tears fell. Sect Master Yang, I've said it before. I don't need your pity. I don't need your favor. I'm doing very well now. I won't marry. You think I'm pitying you? Yang Dingtian asked. Aren't you? Mu Lianyi said. No, you're completely wrong. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not pitying you. I'm drooling over you. If I were to marry you, I guarantee that I would lose my soul. Yang Dingtian repeated Little Peach's words. Mu Lianyi's face was red. It was very difficult for her to hold it in. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, this laughter completely released the momentum that she had been holding back. Immediately, she began to cry again. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. He said softly, Lianyi, I'm sorry. A playboy is of course a bastard. But a hypocritical man is worse than a bastard. Please, let me be a bastard. You are a bastard. Mu Lianyi cried. Yes, I am. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian hugged her delicate body and didn't move. Suddenly, Mu Lianyi lifted her head and said bravely, Yang Dingtian, remember this. After we get married, I will let you know that I, Mu Lianyi, am also the best woman. At night, Yang Dingtian and his family had a simple and warm wedding. There were almost no guests. As for guests, it was only Yang Zheng and Little Peach. It was unknown why, but after Yang Dingtian went to Yang Zheng's house to visit him, he sent an invitation to Little Peach. Speaking of which, it was strange. When Yang Zheng was fine, Little Peach treated him very badly. Even if they were intimate, it was just a routine. Little Peach fawned over Yang Dingtian in every possible way, but she treated Yang Zheng coldly. From the time they got married to the time she got pregnant, she didn't say a single word to him. But after Yang Zheng became a walking corpse, Little Peach took good care of him. Whether it was his beard or his hair, they were all meticulous. This time, Yang Dingtian's wedding might be simple, but it was complete. Mu Liancheng, who was busy, was also invited. Yang Dingtian, Ning Ro, and Mu Lianyi bowed to heaven and earth and to their parents. Tomorrow, Yang Dingtian was going to the Snow Clan 100,000 miles away. So after the ceremony, the three of them were chased into the bridal room. On the large bed in the room, there were two women sitting. One was mature and beautiful, while the other was fit and beautiful. These two people had become his brides today. Chapter 593. These two women were like two peaches. One was a honey peach, soft and soft. The other was a crisp peach, crunchy when bitten. But the two peaches were equally sweet. Why don't I eat both peaches together? Yang Dingtian lifted the veils of the two brides. The faces of the two women seemed to have been steamed by wine. They were bright red and tender. One was gentle and gorgeous, the other was shrewish and pretty. Yang Dingtian caressed Ning Ro-er's face and said with a smile, Sister Ro-er, haven't you always despised little Ningning for being disobedient? Then let's have another obedient one today. Ning Ro-er blushed even more at Yang Dingtian's words. She had indeed been thinking about this day, but when this day arrived, she felt incomparably shy. It was also her first time getting married. Mu Lianyi said, you guys despise little Ningning for being disobedient, but I like it the most. It would be even better if it was a boy, so I want to give birth to a boy as smart and mischievous as little Ningning. The next morning, Yang Dingtian reluctantly left the warm and fragrant bed. Last night, he had really spent the most absurd and also the sweetest night in history. Of course, he only slept for 2 hours. Yang Dingtian came to the outer room alone and immediately saw the boiling hot bath prepared by Heng Xiu. After she took a bath, Heng Xiu went forward to help her put on her clothes. Yang Dingtian bent down and kissed his wife goodbye. Then, he went to say goodbye to his master's wife. Because Bao Bao woke up early, his master's wife also woke up early. At this moment, she was carrying Bao Bao to see Yu Yu. Yang Dingtian took Bao Bao and kissed his little face fiercely. Then, he asked, where's master? She said, he set off before dawn. The matters of the Heavenly Edict Academy's establishment are very busy. Yang Dingtian saw that his master's wife was brimming with an incomparably happy light from inside out. It seemed that his master's return had brought her great joy. Little sister, little sister. After being in Yang Dingtian's arms for a while, the baby began to squirm restlessly, wanting to find his little sister to play with. The mistress took the baby and said softly, little sister is still sleeping. When she wakes up, we'll go and play with her, okay? Big sister, big sister. Bao Bao pointed to the other side where little Ningning lived. Little sister has already gone out for her morning exercise. We'll look for her to play in the afternoon, okay? The master's wife said, let's play with mouse, okay? Just as she said that, the golden squirrel ran over with a whoosh and smiled obsequiously. No, let's play with the snake. Bao Bao pointed at the tree hole in the distance. Immediately, the big green snake inside fled at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the bushes without a trace. Although there were snacks to eat when playing with the baby would bite. After being bitten by his baby teeth, it would be difficult for him to shed his skin in the future. Mistress, I'll be going then, Yang Dingtian said. Well, you're going to the Snow Clan so far away. Do you want your master or city lord Qin to go with you? The master's wife asked. I'll take Xiao Xiao with me. There won't be any danger, Yang Dingtian said. Then be careful on the way, the master's wife said. Yang Dingtian gently hugged Bao Bao and the master's wife and then left. The master's wife's eyes were a little hot. She was reluctant to let Yang Dingtian leave. However, Bao Bao was a little heartless. He didn't care that his father was going on a long journey. He still pointed at the tree hole and shouted, snake, snake, snake. The big green snake hid in the bushes and didn't dare to move for fear of being discovered. However, the golden squirrel ran over very obsequiously, grabbed its tail, and pulled it out alive. This big green snake was a 6th-grade demonic beast. Its strength was more than a few thousand kilograms. However, the golden squirrel was able to pull it out by force. Then, the big green snake, which was as thick as a thigh, was painfully ridden by Bao Bao as they swam around. It wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm a snake, not a horse. Moreover, I'm clearly a very ferocious and terrifying demonic beast. Why are you forcing me to become a pet? Woo 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 woo, when Yang Dingtian walked to Cloud Castle. Little Ningning and hundreds of children under the age of 10 were running in a line up on the steep mountain. These children were all enlighteners and were at the peak of qi refinement. The little girl's eyes were very sharp. Others didn't notice it, but she noticed Yang Dingtian from afar. Daddy. She didn't leave the group. She only shouted sweetly at Yang Dingtian from afar. However, she was very obedient and didn't shout. She just mouthed it. Yang Dingtian waved at her. Little Ningning blew him a kiss. No one knew who taught her to do that. Then, under the guidance of the tutor, the group of children still lined up neatly and ran on the steep mountain peak to practice qi refinement. What a scene full of vigor and vitality. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao rode 2 demon vultures to the south. The demon vultures flew over the entire northwest continent and then over the sea for thousands of miles before arriving at the southwest continent. It had been nearly 2 years since Yang Dingtian left the southwest continent. It had been more than half a year since the Council of Light developed the southwest continent. Now, the entire southwest continent had changed greatly. The 3 major cities of the southwest continent had also taken shape. However, the more obvious change was that there were obviously more people in the southwest continent. Previously, there were only 3 million people registered. After the Council of Light's land policy was released, countless people came out of the dense forests and came down from the mountains. More than a month ago, there were more than 10 million people. Now, more than a month had passed, and the population of the southwest continent was still increasing rapidly. The entire southwest continent was about 7 million square kilometers. There were more mountains than flat land. However, in terms of geographical environment, it was better than the northwest continent. It hadn't suffered much damage. There were forests, lakes, and rivers everywhere. It was very suitable for living. The most obvious change was that villages and even towns had sprung up on the southwest continent like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the past, one might not even see a house in the southwest continent if one ran 100 to 200 miles. But now, there were houses everywhere, and there was smoke everywhere. There were also countless fields that had been cultivated. If there wasn't enough flat land, terraced fields would be cultivated. Even the first batch of crops had been planted for a long time. Therefore, the entire southwest continent was full of vitality. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. If not for the Council of Light, the millions of people below would still be living in the mountains, living like savages. Previously, the southwest continent had been filled with brutal castles that crazily captured the people in the mountains and made them the lowest slaves. Now, the evil forces in the southwest continent had been completely wiped out. Hundreds of thousands of first-line troops and close to 1 million second-line troops had entered and restored absolute order in the southwest continent. Therefore, the southwest continent was becoming more and more a paradise. However, it was still very difficult to protect this fruit of victory. Once the Demon King was revived, it would mean the beginning of a world-ending war. The Legion of Doom would be like locusts from hell, destroying everything in this world. Yang Dingtian continued to fly south and reached the end of the southwest continent. Below him was the Mu clan docks. It was the home of Mu Liancheng and Mu Lianyi. Yang Dingtian had also stayed here for a period of time. However, the Mu clan docks was nowhere to be seen. A brand new city had been erected by the seaside. This city was later renamed to Sinan Lin City. The construction of this city was only half a year away and the entire construction wasn't completed yet. There were still hundreds of thousands of people working hard. Close to 200,000 soldiers were garrisoned around the city. In the future, the southwest Lin City region would have 300,000 first-line troops garrisoned there. This place would have the second largest port in the western continent. This was because it was the closest to the earth-splitting city, the Cloud Sky Pavilion, and even the central continent. It was a straight line. In the future, this place would also become the headquarters of the Southwest Fleet. It would focus on defending the Netherworld Sea. Looking down, there was a huge city with a radius of dozens of miles. There were countless people and countless soldiers who were training in an orderly manner. It was a magnificent and lively scene. Yang Dingtian didn't land to interrupt this scene. Instead, he continued to fly south, south, and south. After a few thousand miles, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar golden beach. Below this sea was the Netherworld Sea. This world's most powerful, most mysterious, and most transcendent force. However, at this moment, the beach and the sea were still completely silent. Yang Dingtian didn't land and continued to fly south. On the way, there was a vast sea with occasional deserted islands. 10,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 40,000 miles. At this moment, he was already close to 60,000 miles away from the cloud sky city. In front of him was still the boundless sea. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had an urge to fly south, and south. To see if there was an end to this world. The southernmost land was more than 80,000 miles away from the central continent. It was regarded as the southern end of the chaotic world. The eastern cloud continent was regarded as the eastern end of the chaotic world. The world of ice and snow was regarded as the northern end of the chaotic world. The westernmost region west of the taboo continent was regarded as the western end of the chaotic world. However, no one in this world had ever seen the true end of the world. There was also no such thing as walking in one direction and returning to the starting point. However, the chaotic world should have an end after all. Then where was this end? Keep going south. After a full 4 days, he was already more than 80,000 miles away from the cloud sky city. Yang Dingtian continued to fly 8,000 miles south. This place was still the boundless sea. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian changed his direction and flew towards the east. After flying for 10,000 miles, the situation of the sea suddenly changed. The sky here was no longer blue, but completely dark. The sea here was no longer blue, but dark. The sea here was no longer calm. There were heaven-shaking waves, heaven-shaking whirlpools, and heaven-shaking lightning everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was lightning and thunder everywhere, and there was a downpour everywhere. Occasionally, there would be a huge sea demon swimming past like an island. The entire southernmost continent was surrounded by this extremely dangerous and terrifying sea. Therefore, other than the Ning clan, no one could find a safe route. Even the route in the air was extremely dangerous. However, Xiao Xiao, who was beside him, was obviously excited. It was restless and wanted to jump into the sea several times. Because this was its home. Here, it was the absolute overlord of the 10,000 miles of sea. Yang Dingtian said to Xiao Xiao, after a while, I'll let you go home, okay? Xiao Xiao immediately nodded vigorously. Yang Dingtian's demon eagle flew 10,000 meters above the ground, avoiding the monstrous waves and whirlpools, as well as the shocking lightning and sea beasts. After flying for another 10,000 miles, the sea here began to gradually calm down. Then, more and more icebergs floated on the sea. In the end, the entire sea had gradually solidified. In the end, there was no sea. There was ice and snow everywhere. Here, it was a world of ice and snow. In the north, there was a world of ice and snow. In the south, there was also a world of ice and snow. Between the two worlds of ice and snow, there was about 130,000 miles. On Earth, there was a South Pole and a North Pole, which were the north and south ends of the Earth, respectively. The distance from the South Pole to the North Pole was about 40,000 miles. After entering the world of ice and snow, there was only one color in the entire world, and that was white. Everywhere in sight, there was ice and snow, and it was boundless. Yang Dingtian enjoyed it very much because when he came to this world, everything he saw was a world of ice and snow, so he felt very familiar with it. As for Xiao Xiao, it was obviously uneasy and began to feel manic. As they continued to go deeper into the world of ice and snow, the temperature was getting lower and lower. Probably, it was already a few dozen degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao did not feel cold. However, the other demon eagle felt that it was very difficult to endure. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to feed them fiery red elixirs. After flying for another 4,000 miles, they suddenly saw a vast snowy mountain. Almost every one of the incomparably huge snowy mountains was 10,000 meters above the ground. Countless snowy mountains stretched up and down, and it was extremely spectacular. After flying for 2,000 miles into the depths of the snowy mountains, suddenly, the sun suddenly shone down. An incomparably beautiful and dazzling scenery was instantly imprinted in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Yang Dingtian had seen the headquarters of many forces, gorgeous, bizarre, mysterious, and spectacular, far beyond the imagination of the Earth era. However, after seeing the scenery in front of him, Yang Dingtian did not hesitate to list it as the most beautiful city in the world. Peace City was made of gold, and everywhere was golden. And the snow city in front of him was a city made of blue ice. At the peak of the mountain, there stood an incomparably huge city of blue ice. It spanned dozens of miles, huge and magnificent city walls, gorgeous and magnificent castle, every inch of it was made of blue ice. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a gorgeous city. Even the dim-witted Xiao Xiao was shocked by the beautiful scenery. At this moment, dozens of snowy white figures suddenly flew out of the ice city. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into the territory of the Snow Tribe? Yang Dingtian said loudly, the leader of the Tiando League, the leader of the Council of Light, the leader of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian, is here to pay a visit to the king of the Snow Tribe. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Because the chapter had been modified, but to maintain the original word count, I had to use this paragraph to fill in the gaps. Sorry. Chapter 594. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian finally understood. It turned out that every member of the Snow clan was very beautiful, regardless of their gender. Everyone's eyes were big and deep. Everyone's skin was as white as snow. Yang Dingtian originally had a concept of the snow race, which was that they were just like the Eskimos. They lived in caves or wooden houses on the snow mountain, and their bodies were wrapped in thick animal skins. Now it seemed that this was completely wrong. They also had a beautiful city and a beautiful life. Yang Dingtian also had a misunderstanding. He thought that the Snow clan was small in number, at most a few thousand or 10,000 people. But after entering the Snow clan's royal city, although the streets were not crowded, there were definitely a lot of people. There were at least 100 or 200,000 people living in this huge city. After entering the city, Yang Dingtian almost entered a sea of handsome men and beautiful women. As far as his eyes could see, the men were slender and handsome, while the women were graceful and beautiful. Moreover, all of them were exotic in style. In terms of women, the skin of the Snow clan's women was whiter and smoother than the fairest white people on earth. Their eyes were deeper and more mesmerizing than Persians. Their figures were more charming than Eastern European women and Middle Eastern beauties. The dress of the women here was very interesting. In the outside world, the Snow Clan's women were wrapped up tightly. But here, every woman showed a beautiful face. It was as if it didn't matter if the Snow Clan's women's beauty was seen by their own people, but they must not let the men of the outside world see it. Moreover, the Snow Clan would never marry outside, except for the princesses of the royal family. That was why the marriage between Wu Maji and the Ning clan was arranged. Even though the temperature was a few degrees below zero, the women here were all wearing thin clothes, trying to show off their graceful curves. Moreover, her enchanting waist was also exposed to the air, and there was a gem embedded in her belly button. They were said to be wearing revealing clothes, but the collars of their clothes were made of expensive demon fur. It was not so much for warmth, but for decoration. Anyone from the outside world who came in would probably be mesmerized by her beauty. After entering the city, young Ding Tian became the ugliest man without a doubt. Of course, Xiao Xiao was the ugliest girl no matter where she went. Moreover, young Ding Tian also attracted the attention of everyone, especially the women on the street. They all looked at young Ding Tian, pointed at young Ding Tian and whispered, "Look, look, that man is so ugly, yeah, yeah. I've never seen such an ugly man before. Come and see, there is a very, very ugly man here." Then, more and more women came to watch young Ding Tian. Every single one of them was a one-in-a-million beauty in the outside world. Young Ding Tian wanted to cry but had no tears. Whether it was on Earth or the chaotic continent, although he wasn't considered very handsome, he definitely wasn't ugly. He was still a little handsome. But now, he had become an ugly man that everyone was looking at. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the Snow Clan's palace. The person who received young Ding Tian was not the Snow Clan's king, but the third in command of the Snow Clan, the lord of the royal city, Siri Moore. He was also from the royal clan and was the younger brother of the Snow Clan's king. He was also a handsome man who made people want to kill themselves. He was already in his 50s, but he looked less than 30 at most. Moreover, when he stood, he was as straight as a javelin, proud and arrogant. "Nice to meet you, Sir Young Ding Tian." Siri Moore bowed. Thinking about it, young Ding Tian could be considered as the most respected person in the Primal Chaos continent. But Siri Moore's attitude was extremely reserved and even had a hint of arrogance. For some reason, the Snow Clan always had a sense of superiority and arrogance when facing outsiders. Young Ding Tian finally understood why Wu Maji had such a high status in the Ning clan, and why she had always looked down on Ning Ruo. So she really had married into the Ning clan. "Nice to meet you, Sir Moore." Young Ding Tian said, "May I ask if the Snow Clan's king has time to see me?" Siri Moore smiled and said, "I'm sorry, our king is meeting another distinguished guest." Young Ding Tian's eyes jumped. Another guest was being received by the Snow Clan's king. Didn't that mean his status was higher than Yang Ding Tian's? Although Yang Ding Tian didn't care about status, was there anyone in the chaotic world who had a higher status than Yang Ding Tian? Other than Wu Yu, Wu Lingzi, Nihility Piao Ling, Wen Tian, and a few others, everyone else's status was at most on par with Yang Ding Tian. Now, the Snow Clan's king was personally receiving another guest and had sent the third in command to receive him. The second in command didn't even come out. Didn't that mean Yang Dingtian's status was 2 whole levels lower than that guest's? "In that case, I'd like to see Wu Maji," Yang Dingtian said. "Sir, why do you want to see my niece, Princess Wu?" Siri Moore asked. "I'm here to deliver some gifts on behalf of Ning Wuming," Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Cyril Moore's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "All right then, please follow me. But I can't guarantee that Princess Wu will see you." Then, Siri Moore led Yang Dingtian out of the palace. After many twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard. The walls of this courtyard were still covered in thick ice. Opening the door, instantly, a warm breeze hit him in the face. The inside of this courtyard was a completely different world. There was lush green grass, bright red flowers, and flowing water. In the boundless mountain, Masteress's courtyard was a warm paradise. But now, in this world of ice and snow, Wumaji's courtyard was even more beautiful and precious. If Mistress's little paradise was described as Eastern style on earth, then Wumaji's courtyard was Western style. There were large lawns, neatly trimmed ornamental trees and gardens, and a milky white castle. As the princess of the Snow Clan, Wumaji lived here. Right now, dozens of beautiful maids were busy in the courtyard. Some were mowing the lawn, while others were trimming the flowers. Some were cleaning the white jade floor, while others were cleaning the sculptures. Yang Dingtian was very familiar with the prettiest girls among them, because they had once had a night of pleasure with Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji was such a crazy woman that she even dragged her personal maid onto the bed on the night of their wedding night. Before they entered the courtyard, a blonde beauty in a silver dress came up to them and said gently, "Sir, how may I help you?" "This is Yang Dingtian of Sky City. He's here to visit Princess Wu," Siri Moore said. "Yes, I see." The blonde beauty quickly glanced at Yang Dingtian and said, "I'll bring Sir Yang Dingtian in. Please make yourself at home." Siri Moore left right away. He didn't even take half a step into Wu Maji's courtyard. "Sir Yang Dingtian, this way please," the blonde beauty said gently and led the way. This woman was very tall. She wasn't any shorter than Yang Dingtian. She was wearing a silver silk dress, which made her body look even more voluptuous. With her long blonde hair, snow-white skin, and blue eyes, she looked like Snow White. As she walked in front, the curves of her back and her swaying posture were incomparably beautiful. She was Wu Maji's female housekeeper, Naya. She had once served Yang Dingtian intimately with the other female servants. "Naya, how's your princess?" Yang Dingtian asked. She's fine," Naya said. "When you see her, just pretend that she's talking to you." I am not sure. How are you? Did everything go well when you left Peace City?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We're fine. Thank you," Naya said gently. Soon, all the beautiful maids in the courtyard recognized Yang Dingtian. Some of them looked at him shyly, while others secretly pointed at him. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt even more pressured than when he was surrounded by countless beauties on the streets. The girls here were even prettier than the beauties on the streets. After entering the milky white castle, Naya fell a few steps behind Yang Dingtian and walked side by side. Are you okay? I heard that you were in big trouble a while ago," Naya asked gently. To Naya and the others, they didn't care about the difference between Yang Dingtian and Ning Fu. They only knew that Yang Dingtian was their only male master. "That trouble is over. We've completely defeated Zhu Qingzhu," Yang Dingtian said. "That's good." Naya boldly glanced at Yang Dingtian. Her eyes were filled with shyness and boldness. "There are guests from the Snow Clan today. Do you know who they are?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It should be Wu Yuming and his wife. They might do something bad to you. You have to be careful," Naya said. "Don't worry," Yang Dingtian said. "Let's go this way." Naya led Yang Dingtian up the stairs and said, "The princess's room is on the highest floor of the castle." Then, Naya looked at him and said, "How long are you going to stay this time?" "Perhaps, I won't be able to stay for long," Yang Dingtian replied. "Oh." Naya's beautiful eyes showed a little disappointment. They came to the top floor. At the end of the soft carpet was a magnificent door with golden carvings. Naya led Yang Dingtian to the door. At that moment, a familiar voice came from inside. It was Vulture. "Sister, your belly is so big and pointy. I'm sure you're going to have a boy," Vulture said. "I think so. Anyway, he's very naughty. My belly hurts every time he kicks me," Wu Maji said in a gentle voice that she had never used before. "That's great. After he's born, he'll be the joint master of the Snow Clan and the Ning Clan." Vulture said, by the way, Sister Wu, after your baby is born, my husband and I will take him as our godson. What do you think? Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. My son will take Wu Yuming as his godfather. Dream on. Wu Maji fell silent. Hey, don't tell me you don't want to. Vulture said coquettishly, if worse comes to worst, my husband and I will take you as our godmother when we have a baby. What do you think? That's great. Wu Maji smiled. Then it's a deal, Vulture said, after this baby is born, he'll be my and my husband's godson. Wu Maji smiled but didn't say anything. Sister, I have something to tell you. Ning Wuming is dead. He was killed by Yang Dingtian, Vulture said. Wu Maji said. Sister, Ning Wuming should be the person who loves you the most in this world, Vulture said. No, the man who loves me the most is Ning Hua, Wu Maji said coldly. Ning Wuming tried to kill my husband. He deserved to die. Then let's not talk about this anymore. Vulture said, by the way, sister, the list of all the spies in Zhongzhou and the evil spirits they cultivated is under Ning Wuming's control. Now that he's dead, do you know where the list is? Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Wu Yuming really wanted the list of spies in evil ways. It's not me who wants it, it's my husband, Vulture said. You know that I don't care about these things. But my husband said that if this name list were to fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, everyone on the name list would definitely be killed. There might be tens of thousands of people on the list. Although these people are from evil ways, many of them have never done anything evil in their lives. Many of them are innocent. If they were all killed, it would be too cruel. So my husband wants to get the list and find these people. Then, he'll erase part of their memories with spiritual power and put them on a remote island for them to live. Your husband is indeed benevolent and righteous, Wu Maji said, but only Ning Wuming has this list. I don't know about it. Now that he's dead, no one knows. Just like the list of spies in the West Continent, it's all in Qin Chichi's hands. Even Ning Wuming doesn't know about it. Sister, you have to know that there are tens of thousands of people on the list. Many of them are weak women like us. If they fall into Yang Dingtian's hands, he'll kill them all in order to control the Central Continent, just like what he did in the West Continent, Vulture said. You're saving countless lives. I want to save them too, Wu Maji said, but I really don't know. Vulture said, did Ning Wuming give you any meaningful gifts? At this moment, Naya's face turned cold. She knocked on the door and said, Princess. Wu Maji said coldly, Naya, didn't I tell you? I'm having a private conversation with Madame Wu. Don't let anyone disturb us. Someone important is here to see you, Naya said, and then opened the door. It seemed that Naya was important to Wu Maji. She could be half of her family. There was also another person. Naya was on Yang Dingtian's side. She interrupted Vulture to ask for something from Wu Maji. After the golden door opened, the two pairs of eyes behind the door looked straight at Yang Dingtian. One was Vulture, and the other was Wu Maji. Vulture was stunned at first, but her gaze became complicated. Finally, her complicated and awkward expression turned into a faint smile. She said to Yang Dingtian, Hello, City Lord Yang. Vulture, hello, Yang Dingtian said. Vulture said, I haven't congratulated you yet. City Lord Yang has won again. You used a scheme to make Ning Wuming and Zhu Qingzhu kill each other, and then you reaped the benefits. Now, the entire Central Continent is in your hands. I congratulate you. Vulture's words were very sinister. She was mocking Yang Dingtian for not being able to defeat Zhu Qingzhu. He could only use a scheme to make Zhu Qingzhu and Ning Wuming kill each other. However, wasn't the City Lord Yang I used to know an upright and selfless person? He wouldn't use a scheme. Are you hiding too much, or am I too stupid? Vulture said. With that, Ling Jiu glanced at Wu Maji and said, Big Sister Wu, as women, we have to keep our eyes open when facing men. With that, the spirit eagle swaggered off. Yang Dingtian ignored her and looked at Wu Maji's face. Wu Maji's face was a little plump, but it made her look more beautiful. She was so beautiful that it was as if she was releasing light. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, her beautiful eyes shrank and then quickly scattered. Then, her hands instinctively touched her belly. Her belly was really big, even bigger than Qin Chichi's. Yang Dingtian even suspected that there might be twins inside. Then, the two of them fell into silence. Neither of them spoke. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and asked, "Your stomach is so big. Are there two babies inside?" "Yes." Wu Maji said, "Because sometimes, there are 4 little legs kicking." Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to hit the nail on the head, and twins at that. Then it must be hard. It's already been more than 7 months. You'll give birth in a little more than a month. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, it's hard, but it's also very happy. Wu Maji said, "But what does this have to do with you, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian?" Yang Dingtian's smile froze. These were his babies. Of course it had something to do with him. Of course he was happy. This child is... Yang Dingtian was interrupted before he could finish. This child belongs to my husband, Ning Ruo. What does it have to do with you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Seeing her serious look, he didn't know if she was being serious or not. Right, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, why are you here? Wu Maji asked. One is to see you and the child. The other is to pass something to you on behalf of Ning Wuming. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took out the Devil Spirit Misty Clothes and Devil Spirit Black Armor. Are you done? Wu Maji asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji put down the cake in her hand, then turned to the wall and pulled out a sharp sword. She then walked towards Yang Dingtian. Maji, what are you doing? Yang Dingtian asked. I'll kill you. Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed at Yang Dingtian with her pregnant belly. Bastard, you pretended to be my husband and sullied my purity. I'll kill you. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. This woman with such a big belly raised her sword at him. What if she hurt the child? Chapter 595. Hey, be careful of your belly, be careful of the baby inside. Yang Dingtian was flustered and tried to snatch the sword from her hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wu Maji slashed a few times. Although this woman's belly was big, her swordsmanship was still sharp. Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain as he was stabbed a few times. Are you serious? Yang Dingtian was shocked. What do you think? Wu Maji sneered, you dared to impersonate my husband and ruin my chastity, you deserve to die. You think I will be soft-hearted and change just because I am pregnant? Dream on. With that, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. When Yang Dingtian saw that she was wielding her sword with such a big belly, he was instantly alarmed. He quickly fled and said, Okay. I'll leave after saying a few words. Wu Maji ignored him and continued to stab him. Before Ning Wuming died, he made a deal with me. He asked me to give you the demonic spirit fog cloak and demonic spirit black armor. Yang Dingtian carefully dodged and said, then he gave you a ring and asked you to give it to me. Of course, he also asked you to go to the Ning clan after giving birth. The child in your belly will be the future leader of the Ning clan. Ring? Wu Maji asked. Yes, ring. Yang Dingtian said. I have one, but that bastard gave it to me and I threw it away long ago. Wu Maji said, Besides, you and I are irreconcilable, my Snow clan will not make any deals with you. Then, Wu Maji raised her sword and slashed again. Yang Dingtian said seriously, Maji, are you serious? You should know the meaning of that ring. Yes, I am serious. You and I are irreconcilable, Yang Dingtian, don't have any fantasies about me because of the child in my belly. I, Wu Maji, have nothing to do with Yang Dingtian, and the child in my belly has nothing to do with you. Wu Maji said coldly, this is my husband's son, Ning Rua's son. You must not have any improper thoughts. With that said, Wu Maji leaped lightly and landed in front of Yang Dingtian, thrusting her sword madly. Besides, I've already sworn an oath. You lied to me and ruined my innocence. As long as I see you, I will definitely kill you. If I can't kill you today, I will kill you tomorrow. If I can't kill you tomorrow, I will kill you the day after tomorrow. Wu Maji said furiously. Then, he chased Yang Dingtian out of the castle. Then, she closed her beautiful eyes and silently chanted a terrifying incantation. Rumble. Suddenly, countless undead crawled out from the ground and madly pounced on Yang Dingtian, crazily attacking him. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, countless dark undead charged towards Yang Dingtian with ghostly aura that soared to the sky. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the entire magnificent courtyard was filled with a ghostly aura. Yang Dingtian dodged like lightning. However, there were more and more dark undead. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark undead directly pierced through Yang Dingtian's body. Pfft! Yang Dingtian only felt his vision go black as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. What's going on? In the distance, Siri Moore shouted loudly. Third uncle, Yang Dingtian, this thief, ruined my innocence and dares to bully us today. Help me kill him, Wu Maji said coldly. Do you really want to kill him? Siri Moore asked. I must. Wu Maji said. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry. Siri Moore said, you're pregnant. Go back quickly. Leave this Yang Dingtian to me. With that said, Cyril Moore charged into the sky and threw his hands downwards. Flying snow, immediately, countless snowflakes burst out from his body. They were like countless concealed weapons as they attacked Yang Dingtian in a frenzy. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the countless snowflakes looked incomparably beautiful. However, wherever the snowflakes passed, they were indestructible. Yang Dingtian gathered his celestial chi and formed an energy shield. Then, he waved the sword in his hand madly, frantically dodging the snowflakes. At this time, countless undead began to gather in the distance. They grew bigger and bigger until they became an incomparably huge undead. It was ferocious and terrifying as it madly pounced on Yang Dingtian. Naya quickly rushed over and cried at Wu Maji, Stop, princess, stop. This is your man, the father of the child in your belly. Shut up, Naya, Wu Maji said sternly. Wu Maji spoke sternly, Yang Dingtian humiliated me and ruined my chastity. He is my enemy, an enemy that we cannot coexist with. He was far away in the western continent and I couldn't help him. Now that he has come to me, he's asking for it. Kill him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was attacked by the huge undead and Siri Moore. However, he had the chaotic attribute at this time. His mystical fire did not have any energy or heat, so it could not destroy these ice attacks. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Crack! A huge lightning bolt suddenly struck out. Demonic sky split. Crack 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 crack, countless lightning bolts struck out wildly. He did not dare to strike the huge undead because it was controlled by Wu Maji. If he shattered the undead, Wu Maji would also be severely injured. He could only resist Siri Moore's attack while dodging the huge undead. However, the undead was too fast. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's vision suddenly turned black as he was hit by the huge undead again. Black filthy blood violently spurted out. Almost Yang Dingtian's entire body was contaminated. His whole body was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? Hurry up and help me hit that man, Yang Dingtian said loudly. Oh! Xiao Xiao immediately rushed up and waved his fists wildly at Siri Moore. Suddenly, everyone was stunned again. Because a fight between children had appeared again. Hundreds of punches were thrown in a second. The wind from each punch was like a cannonball, but none of them hit their target. However, this ice city was unlucky. Wherever Xiao Xiao's fist wind went, everything was smashed into pieces. The huge castle, the bustling streets, and the magnificent city walls. In short, wherever Xiao Xiao's fist wind went, everything was destroyed. In an instant, the most beautiful city of ice was shattered piece by piece, collapsing into pieces. Outside, countless people began to cry and howl as they desperately fled. Siri Moore looked at his city being destroyed and was furious. He said sternly, Yang Dingtian, how dare you? Then, Siri Moore looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, in the distance of the royal city, 3 white figures whizzed over and instantly arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. Among the 3 people, 1 was a great grandmaster and 2 were 9-star grandmasters. Who is so bold to wreak havoc in our ice city? We will crush you into pieces. The old man who led the 3 said sternly. I am Yang Dingtian. I came to the Snow tribe with no ill intentions. It is you who did not distinguish between right and wrong. Before Yang Dingtian could finish, he was stopped by the old man. This old man was wearing a purplish-red robe. His hair and beard were white, and it was impossible to tell his age. He slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. 1 great grandmaster and 2 9-star grandmasters formed a triangle and surrounded Yang Dingtian. Today, we will destroy you, you evil creature. Kill. Naya, who was next to her, knelt down and cried, Princess, I beg you, just chase him away. Why do you have to kill him? Wu Maji was furious. She swung her sleeve and knocked Naya to the ground. She said coldly, Shut up, you traitor. From today onwards, get out of the royal city. Attack, destroy. The old man with the white beard shouted and then slowly raised the ice staff in his hand. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and began to summon the obsidian fire to condense an unprecedentedly huge lightning. Even if the old man in front of him was a great grandmaster, Yang Dingtian believed that he might not be able to escape from his lightning. Whoosh! The million-spirit demonic fire emerged from his left hand. Whoosh! The devil spirit demonic fire emerged from his right hand. Then, the 2 flames began to condense, condense, and condense. After condensing to the extreme, it was about to be released. It burst forth with terrifying lightning that could ignore any defense and even split Zhu Qingzhu's head open. Go! The great grandmaster smashed the ice staff in his hand. Roar! Suddenly, a great grandmaster-level frost dragon roared and rushed toward Yang Dingtian. At the same time, Yang Dingtian's 2 obsidian fires struck out like lightning. In an instant, the terrifying frost dragon was about to swallow Yang Dingtian. The 2 mystic flames were about to hit the old man at the great grandmaster realm, and then burst out with destructive lightning. Stop! At this moment, a white light suddenly appeared. It was Wu Yuming, handsome, gentle, and elegant. Even in the Snow clan, he was still a crane in a flock of chickens. He instantly appeared between Yang Dingtian and the great grandmaster of the Snow clan. Then, he suddenly struck out with his left hand and instantly grabbed the great grandmaster Frost Dragon. His right hand also suddenly grabbed the 2 obsidian fires that were flying like lightning. Then, his left and right hands suddenly crossed. In an instant, the Frost Dragon and the 2 obsidian fires collided together. Boom! A white light flashed, and the ice houses within a radius of more than 10 miles were smashed to pieces. And Wu Yuming, standing in the center of the storm, was completely safe and sound. Then, everyone was suffocated and looked at all this in amazement. Yang Dingtian's 2 obsidian fire lightning, how amazing was it? That old man from the Snow clan was a great grandmaster. His frost dragon Xian's skill was extremely powerful. If both sides were hit, it would be a lose-lose, and it would be a serious injury. However, Wu Yuming had casually received all of the attacks by himself and then neutralized them. From this, it could be seen how astonishing his cultivation was. Wu Yuming frowned and looked at Yang Dingtian. Brother Yang, why can't we talk things over? Why do we have to fight? It's a complete waste to destroy such a beautiful ice city. Then, Wu Yuming said to the elder of the Snow clan, Priest Elder, I know Yang Dingtian, he is not an evil person. There must be a misunderstanding in today's situation. Why don't you give me face and let him go? The old man of the Snow clan was the second in command of the Snow clan, the priest elder of the Snow clan. After hearing Wu Yuming's words, the priest elder immediately bowed and said, Since young Lord Wu has spoken, how can this old man refuse? Then, the priest elder said to Yang Dingtian, It seems that for young Lord Wu's face, I will spare your life. You will never be welcomed here, please leave. Yang Dingtian looked at Wu Maji deeply and then bowed to the elder of the Snow clan. He said to Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, stop fighting, let's go. Vulture sneered, My husband saved you, but you didn't even say a word of thanks. Yang Dingtian said to Wu Yuming, We still have a long way to go, right? Then, Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao flew up to the sky, rode on the demon eagle, and quickly left. Yang Dingtian and Xiao Xiao flew for 1,000 miles and immediately landed. Then, they dug an ice cave in the snow and Yang Dingtian hid in the ice cave, and began to resolve the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji's undead poison was not a real poison, but a kind of death qi, a kind of evil energy. It was very scary. Once someone was hit, their blood would be polluted, and they would become like a devil. It was only because of Yang Dingtian's astonishing bloodline and the Naga royal bloodline that he was able to suppress the spread of the undead spirit poison. Over time, he could even resolve the undead poison himself. It was a pity that the darkness flame was asleep, or else the undead poison would be a good meal for him. But in order to recover his battle strength, Yang Dingtian decided to completely expel the undead poison in his body. Wu Maji was very powerful, and the undead she summoned were even more shocking. But it was still easy for Yang Dingtian to destroy them. But he was afraid of hurting Wu Maji, so Yang Dingtian did not destroy them. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Time passed, second by second. Night fell. Xiao Xiao, who was supposed to be on guard, was sleeping like a pig, and could not be woken up at all. Yang Dingtian wholeheartedly expelled the undead poison bit by bit. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind on the ground. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Was the Snow tribe here? Or was it Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian held his breath. Soon, someone landed on the ground above him. Crack! Then, the sword fiercely stabbed down. Yang Dingtian grabbed the blade of the sword with lightning speed and pulled it back. Crash! All of a sudden, the ice above his head suddenly collapsed, and the person on top was pulled down alive. The first thing he smelled was a mesmerizing fragrance. Then, he saw a huge belly. Wu Maji. What was she doing here? You want to kill me so badly that you came after me after 1,000 miles? Yang Dingtian said coldly. After falling, Wu Maji carefully steadied herself and supported Yang Dingtian. Then, she quickly reached out to touch her stomach to check if there were any bumps. Are you crazy? What if you hurt the baby by pulling me down? Wu Maji scolded. You're the one who's crazy. Not only did you try to kill me in Snow City, but you also chased me for 1,000 miles. Yang Dingtian said. If I didn't do this, would that hypocrite Wu Yuming believe me? Wu Maji said coldly. The Snow Tribe can't afford to offend him. If he knows that the Snow Tribe is working with you, it will be the end of us. Ah! Yang Dingtian was shocked. You're acting. Half. Wu Maji said. I wanted to cut you into pieces too. Then, she handed over a ring and said, this is the ring that Ning Wuming gave me. I threw it into the latrine. You said you wanted it, so I asked someone to find it and washed it at least 100 times. Yang Dingtian immediately took the ring and looked at it carefully, but he didn't find anything strange. Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at it over and over again, but he couldn't find anything. Was Ning Wuming lying to him? That can't be, he's already dead, why would he lie to me? Seeing that Yang Dingtian couldn't find anything, Wu Maji snatched the ring and put it on her finger. Then, she silently inserted a stream of Xian Qi into it. She silently chanted an incantation. Yang Dingtian felt a chill down his spine. Maji, you're not going to summon the dead to kill me again, are you? Killing you is good. I want to skin you, eat your flesh, and break your bones every day. Wu Maji said coldly. Being angry won't do the baby any good. Yang Dingtian said. I'm not angry, I'm just venting. Wu Maji said, every time I think about how I'll skin you and break your bones, I feel so good. The baby is also very excited in my stomach and kicking around. Alright, shut up. I don't want you to talk to me. Wu Maji said. She focused on the ring in her hand. Suddenly, under her command, the dead flew out of the ring one by one, wailing and screaming in the air. Then, the countless dead spirits formed a pattern. The pattern was a golden pyramid. It seemed that Ning Wuming had nurtured the evil spirits, and many treasures, as well as the list of spies, were all placed there. However, there was only a pyramid in the pattern. He couldn't tell where it was. It's under the desert. Wu Maji said, I know the general direction, but I don't know the specific location. Then, Wu Maji took out a map, closed her eyes, and recalled. Then, she pointed and said, it's roughly in this area, within 100 miles. That's easy. I can find it easily. Yang Dingtian said. I'll go with you. Wu Maji said. No. Yang Dingtian said, your stomach is so big. What if there's a bump? You? Wu Maji said disdainfully, you think you can get in? Of course. Yang Dingtian said. Dream on. Wu Maji said, do you have any evil spirit energy in you? Oh, you do. You put it in a box and sewed it in your stomach to trick me. You can trick me, but you can't trick the evil spirit guards in the pyramid. Once you enter, all the evil spirits inside will fight back. You can't go in. I'll ask Duan Ruyan to get it. Yang Dingtian said. Duan Ruyan's evil spirit is only a 4th-class evil spirit. Wu Maji said, Ning Wuming can enter this temple base, which means that only 3rd-class evil spirits can enter. So, Ning Wuming is dead, and Zhu Qingzhu is gone. Only I can go in. That won't do. I'll think of another way. I don't believe that I can't get in. Yang Dingtian said, anyway, you can't go. Did I discuss it with you? I'm just letting you know. Wu Maji said, can you stop me from doing what I want to do? Who do you think you are to control me? I'm your man. Yang Dingtian said. Bah! Wu Maji spat on Yang Dingtian's face and said, shameless thing, you're just a pervert. Looking at her domineering and cold face, Yang Dingtian gently wiped the saliva off his face. Then, he grabbed her face and kissed her fiercely. I'm your man. If I say not to let you go, then I won't let you go. Chapter 596. Wu Maji, who was kissed, shuddered as if she was electrocuted. Then, She froze on the spot. Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to hug her waist, then turned the light kiss into a deep kiss. Wu Maji's waist was like a snake in the past. Now, Yang Dingtian could not even hug her waist. At this moment, Wu Maji seemed to have come alive. Her beautiful eyes trembled and her white teeth bit down. Ah! Yang Dingtian screamed. His tongue suddenly felt a sharp pain, then a burning sensation. His entire tongue could not feel anything. Yang Dingtian even suspected that his tongue was bitten off. He reached out and wiped his mouth, which was full of blood. You're a dog. Yang Dingtian said fiercely, but his tongue was injured and his voice was muffled. Wu Maji pointed at Yang Dingtian's nose and said, Yang Dingtian, show me some respect. If there's a next time, I'll bite off your tongue. Do you believe me? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Dingtian stuck out his tongue and kept blowing. What's wrong? Do you want to hit her? Xiao Xiao, who was in a deep sleep, asked Yang Dingtian after being awakened. Hit your grandpa. Yang Dingtian said. What's a grandpa? Xiao Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about him and spoke to Wu Maji, you really can't go. What if you get injured? The ring is with me. I'm leaving. If you want to stop me, knock me out and take the ring. Wu Maji said and flew out. Bastard woman. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. At this moment, Xiao Xiao closed her eyes and was about to sleep again. Let's go. Don't sleep. Yang Dingtian pulled Xiao Xiao away. After catching up with Wu Maji, he let her ride on his demon eagle king and flew as high as possible because it was warmer there. Yes, on Earth, the higher the altitude, the colder it was. However, this world of ice and snow was too cold. It was warmer higher. However, the higher the altitude, the thinner the air. There was not enough oxygen, and it was not good for the baby, so Yang Dingtian quickly flew down. Are you cold? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji was dressed very skimpily. Even though she was pregnant, she was wearing very thin clothes. What do you think? Wu Maji asked. Yang Dingtian took the shirt and was about to put it on her. I mean it's not cold at all, Wu Maji said. Did you wear the demon spirit black armor? Yang Dingtian asked. I have such a big belly, how do you expect me to wear it? Wu Maji asked. Oh, right. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Wu Maji was too fierce. She rushed forward as if she had eaten gunpowder, choking back every word she said. Are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Every word he said was choked, but if he did not say anything, he would be called a mute. Wu Yuming, did she leave? Yang Dingtian asked. She left a long time ago. Wu Maji said, if I remember correctly, that vulture is your sworn sister. She used to have an affair with you. What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing between us. Yang Dingtian said. Is that so? You're a demon in chaos. How can a woman leave you so cleanly? Wu Maji said, but she obviously doesn't like you now. She's always helping her husband deal with you. You're a failure. But he has good taste. That Wu Yuming is much better than you. Is that so? Yang Dingtian said. She's more handsome, more powerful, more vicious, more hypocritical than you. Isn't that enough? Wu Maji said. Since when did being vicious and hypocritical become strengths? Yang Dingtian said. In my eyes, that's a strength. Wu Maji said. Ning Wuming is vicious enough. Why are you? Before Yang Dingtian could finish, Wu Maji clawed at him. Yang Dingtian said angrily, Not only is your zodiac sign a dog, but your zodiac sign is also a cat. Don't mention that bastard. I'm disgusted. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, Wu Maji, Ning Wuming is already dead. Don't talk about him like that. No matter how vicious he was still the person who loved you the most and treated you the best in this world. Even more so than Ning Li, I'll like whoever treats me well. Am I that cheap? Wu Maji said coldly, if I were such a woman, would I let you off so easily? Alright, I'm a bastard now. Alright, I can't provoke you, but I can hide from you. I won't say anything, okay? Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Wu Maji couldn't be bothered with Yang Dingtian. Then, she rubbed her stomach and started singing. Of course, this was for the baby. It was a prenatal education in the chaotic realm. As she sang, Wu Maji suddenly let out a cry. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. The little bad guy in my stomach is kicking me. Wu Maji said. Let me listen. Yang Dingtian wanted to come over. Don't. Who are you? Why did you come over here to listen? Wu Maji said coldly with a cold expression. Yang Dingtian said, at most, I'll let Yan Yan and Jiao Jiao have a baby. I'll listen to all you want. Wu Maji suddenly elbowed Yang Dingtian in the stomach. Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of cold air and rolled his eyes in pain. The extreme south was divided into two parts. The north was an endless desert, and the south was endless ice and snow. In the middle was a precious and rare oasis. The north belonged to the Ning clan of the South Sea, and the south belonged to the Snow clan. Was there any value in the boundless desert that stretched for thousands of miles? Of course there was. Many precious materials and most of the minerals were dug out from under the desert. This endless desert was even the source of the Ning clan's wealth. When dawn arrived, Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji flew over the skies of Peace City. Ning City looked as prosperous and peaceful as before. It didn't look desolate or destroyed. When are you going to bring the child to Ning City? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. Wu Maji said, anyway, the slaves of Ning clan are the most loyal and obedient. Even without a master around, they would still be diligent and complete every task diligently. The territories below will also continuously hand over their wealth to Ning City. After flying over Ning City, the oasis became more and more sparse, and more deserts appeared. After 2,000 miles, all they could see was a pale white desert. The endless desert spanned 4,000 to 5,000 miles. Yang Dingtian was still holding the map to compare, but Wu Maji directly flew in a certain direction. After flying to a place in the desert. Descend. Wu Maji said. Immediately, 2 demon eagles landed. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless desert. Yang Dingtian said, it's roughly in this direction. Maji, you wait here. I'll go down into the sand and look for it one by one. No need. Wu Maji said. Then, she put on the undead ring and chanted silently. Then, a burst of mystic chi was injected. Swoosh. A golden light shot out from the undead ring. Suddenly, an illusory image appeared in the vast desert. It was like a mirage, extremely thin. This illusion was really a golden pyramid. As the light of the ring became brighter and brighter, the illusion of the golden pyramid became clearer and clearer, and more realistic. Whoosh! The light of the undead ring dissipated. An incomparably huge illusion of a pyramid stood in front of them. Wu Maji slowly walked towards the door of the pyramid. Hey, this is an illusion. Yang Dingtian said. Who said it's an illusion? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and reached out to touch it. It was actually real. He touched scalding gold. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought it was a mirage. He didn't expect it to be real. What was going on? Did this undead ring summon the entire incomparably huge pyramid? Or did the space ring open a passage directly from the plane to the huge pyramid, and the world ignored the geographical distance? But no matter what it was mysterious and mysterious. Didn't you say that it's within 100 miles? You don't know the specifics? Yang Dingtian said. You can pretend to be Ning Yu and lie to me. Can't I lie to you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then, Wu Maji walked in. Follow me. Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian said, didn't you say that I can't go in without a third-grade evil spirit? I said that shit can be eaten. Will you eat it? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian's lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he had the thought of hitting a pregnant woman. This pyramid was extremely huge. It was about 200 meters tall. The door of the pyramid was a screen of light. It was as if it only recognized the ring and not the person. Wu Maji raised the undead ring and shot out a ray of light, directly dispersing the screen of light. To be safe, Yang Dingtian used his invisibility mystic skill and followed in. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, entered in a daze. After entering, there was a long golden passage. At the end of the golden passage, there was another golden door. Yang Dingtian stepped in front of Wu Maji and pushed the door open. Inside was the main hall of the pyramid. The moment he entered, Yang Dingtian was shocked again. In the middle of the main hall of the pyramid was a huge tree. This tree didn't have any physical tree trunk, leaves, or branches. All of them were white ghost-like shadows. The tree was about 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. This was nothing. The key was that on the tree trunk, there was a ferocious howling face. It was Ning Wuming's face. At this moment, it was extremely painful and ferocious. Then, branches grew out from the tree trunk. One branch after another, making the whole tree dense. On the 10 or so thick branches below, there was a face engraved on each of them. However, they were all motionless as if they had died. Later, Yang Dingtian saw a familiar face on the branch. It was Qin Chichi's face. This face was also frozen and motionless. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. The faces on the lowest branches were the Ning clan's elders. There were more than 10 of them who were above the master level. Now, they were all dead. They were killed by Zhu Qingzhu. Their souls were also devoured alive. Next, it was Qin Chichi, Qiu Ruhan, and the others. The fourth-grade evil spirits these people possessed were all bestowed by Ning Wuming. Therefore, Ning Wuming was the trunk of this big tree, and the fourth-grade evil spirits were the branches. Of course, there were the fifth-grade evil spirits, such as Yi Feng, Song Minghua, and the others. They were even thinner branches and leaves. Their evil spirit energy was the evil spirit contaminants bestowed by Ning Wuming. Of course, among the branches, Yang Dingtian saw a few living faces. They were Qiu Ruhan, Shimen Zhu, and the others. Moreover, Yang Dingtian saw that there were a few new branches on this tree. There were no faces on them, and these branches weren't thick enough. Obviously, these fourth-grade evil spirits weren't bestowed to anyone. Ning Wuming had the right to bestow them to anyone. The evil spirit energy was extremely powerful. Even if one possessed a fourth-grade evil spirit, they would have an immortal body and their cultivation would skyrocket. Therefore, it could be said that in the eyes of many, evil spirits were incomparably precious. They were like immortal elixirs. In order to obtain them, many people were willing to sell everything they had. Therefore, the Ning clan was able to develop so quickly. Ning Wuming was also able to gather so many experts in a short period of time. Why can't I find Duan Rian? Also, more than 10 grandmasters died in the Battle of Cloud Sky City. Why don't they have an immortal body and evil spirit energy? Yang Dingtian asked. Also, how did the blood pupil demonic army grow? Wu Maji glanced at Yang Dingtian, then pulled out her sharp sword and lifted the golden bricks on the ground. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Wu Maji made her move, and countless golden bricks were sent flying. Then, Yang Dingtian was once again completely disgusted by fear. Below the golden bricks was an incomparably huge blood pool. The blood was black and even green. It was sticky and smelled fishy. It was bottomless. And this evil spirit tree was growing in this bottomless blood pool. Then, countless corpses were soaked in the blood pool. There were really countless corpses, too many to count. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of corpses. There were probably hundreds of thousands of corpses under the pyramid. Yang Dingtian saw that among the 100 corpses, there was one that wasn't a skeleton but had flesh. However, most of it was rotten, but it could still move. It was struggling, twisting, and screaming. The one that survived is the blood-pupil demonic army. Wu Maji said, 1 in 100. As long as you are an enlightener, even if you have a little bit of Xian meridians, you can soak in it. About 1 in 100 will emerge from the blood-pupil demonic army. Last time, you killed all the blood-pupil demonic army. Now, a few thousand more blood-pupil demonic army have matured. Not only that, among the 10,000 corpses, there might be a black-pupil demonic emperor, above the grandmaster level. These people don't look much different from ordinary experts. These are the black-robed grandmasters that you killed for the first time. They don't have evil spirits, but they can reach the grandmaster level in a short period of time. Evil, perverted. Yang Dingtian could not help but say, this is the so-called secret of the Ning clan's strength. Everything depends on evil spirits. What's the list of spies? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Maji flew up gently and came to the top of the pyramid, where there was a hanging coffin. Opening the coffin, there was a thick book inside. After opening it, it was full of densely packed words. However, they were not written in the common language of this world. This was the list of spies of evil ways. I don't recognize the words on it. Wu Maji said. I recognize them. Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Whether it was from Ningning's space ring or from Qin Chichi, Yang Dingtian had learned this special language. In addition to the list, there were many scrolls in the coffin, most of which were martial and mystic skill scrolls. In addition, there were some weapons and rings. Of course, there were also the incomplete corpses of the demonic spirits. There were more than 30 of them. However, other than the demonic spirit heart and some of the demonic spirit eyes, the other treasures were gone. Because of the energy shield and the demonic spirit black mist, the most precious things were given to Wu Maji's demonic spirit black armor and demonic spirit mist cloak. Yang Dingtian took away the demonic spirit claw, demonic spirit eye, and demonic spirit heart. He did not recognize the rest, so he did not take them. You don't want these scrolls? Wu Maji asked. I don't want them. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, he did not want them. He learned the most mysterious skill in the world, the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It was the pinnacle of the martial arts civilization. He did not care for the other things. Moreover, these things were all from the Temple of Annihilation. If he did not learn them, it would not be suitable for others to learn them. Perhaps it would be different if they were contaminated. A thief will not leave empty-handed. I'll take these. Wu Maji said. Then, she took out a large bag and casually grabbed dozens of scrolls, rings, artifacts, gems, and so on, and put them into the bag. Okay, the things in this bag are yours. Wu Maji said, then, the rest is all mine. You don't have any objections, right? Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was splitting the loot. What do you want these things for? Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Anyway, these things are mine. I don't want them. At most, I will give them to my son and daughter. Wu Maji said. You are going to give them random things. I'm warning you. Yang Dingtian said. Who are you? You dare to control me? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Okay, let's go out. Yang Dingtian said. You are going back. Wu Maji said quietly. N. Yang Dingtian said, I will send you back first. No need. Wu Maji said, I want to stay in this pyramid for a while and see if there are any other treasures. No, who knows if there are any dangers in here. Yang Dingtian said. Why do you care? Who are you? Wu Maji said. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. He carried Wu Maji and walked out. Wu Maji immediately scolded Yang Dingtian. She opened her mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's back, outside the pyramid. The moment Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji walked out, the pyramid disappeared without a trace. I am going back. When the baby is born, I will try my best to come back. Yang Dingtian said. You should not come. Wu Maji said. I will send you back. Yang Dingtian said. No need. Wu Maji rode on her demon spirit ray and flew toward the Snow Clan. Yang Dingtian looked at her disappearing figure and flew towards the direction of the central continent. After the middle continent's lobbying, he would go to the Yin-Yang school with his master again. This time, Dongfang Minmi would announce his identity to the world. The Return of the King. Chapter 597. 3 days and 3 nights later, Yang Dingtian returned to Zhongzhou State. As expected, the leader's persuasion of Zhongzhou State was very successful. 7 days ago, Zhu Qingzhu appeared again and publicly announced his resignation as the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Zhu Qingqi would take over. Then, Zhu Qingzhu disappeared completely. No one knew where he went. Zhu Qingzhu's announcement shocked the entire Zhongzhou State like a nuclear bomb. Almost all the big shots and people were completely shocked. Zhu Qingzhu had been the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect for almost 20 years. He had been hovering over Zhongzhou State for more than 10 years. He was a person with a strong desire for power. How could he be willing to resign? What exactly happened at the Cloud Sky Pavilion? Of course, there were no fools in the world. Yang Dingtian snatched the Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earth-splitting city from Zhu Qingzhu. Zhu Qingzhu flew into a rage out of humiliation and colluded with the evil ways to eliminate the Council of Light in one fell swoop. Although this matter was very secretive, most people of a certain status knew about it. Even if there was no evidence, they could guess it. Moreover, many people saw hundreds of experts from the evil ways flying down from the north. Some of the leaders of Zhongzhou State's forces even estimated the number of grandmasters on both sides to be in the single digits. Therefore, although they could not see it, almost everyone in Zhongzhou was paying attention to this earth-shattering battle. However, everyone felt that Yang Dingtian's side did not have much hope. That was because Yang Dingtian only had 2 grandmasters. Moreover, he had failed to ask for help from the Yin-Yang school. On the other hand, the Black Heaven sect and the evil ways had joined forces. There were 6 or 7 grandmasters, and Zhu Qingzhu was so powerful. Therefore, Yang Dingtian should be completely finished in a martial arts battle. Therefore, all the forces in Zhongzhou pricked up their ears and waited for the news of Yang Dingtian's destruction. Then, they would watch in agony as Zhu Qingzhu's darkness shrouded Zhongzhou State again. However, they did not expect this news to come. Zhu Qingzhu abdicated, and Zhu Qingqi became the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. Moreover, Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light were safe and sound. Then, the Council of Light announced that Ning Wuming and the Joyless Palace represented the evil ways to attack the Cloud Sky Pavilion. However, they were annihilated by the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect. The allied forces of the Ning clan and the Joyous Palace were completely annihilated. Ning Wuming and mutant Gudu died a violent death. This announcement by the Council of Light once again shook the entire world. What was wrong with this world? Why did the Black Heaven sect partner up with the Council of Light? Moreover, he killed the Ning clan and the Joyous Palace. However, if that was the case, why did Zhu Qingzhu abdicate? Countless people could not figure it out no matter how much they thought about it. But no matter what, Yang Dingtian, who was supposed to be destroyed, actually won again. All the forces of Central Continent were in awe. Just as they were still feeling dizzy from the two pieces of news, the Black Heaven sect's Zhu Qingqi announced the third piece of shocking news. From today onwards, the Black Heaven sect will join the Council of Light. This time, the people of Central Continent almost went crazy. What was going on? Just a while ago, they were still fighting to the death. How did the Black Heaven sect join the Council of Light all of a sudden? Then, many different versions of the rumor spread. They said that Yang Dingtian's Council of Light was very mysterious and powerful, and that he defeated the evil ways and the Black Heaven sect that day. Zhu Qingzhu was supposed to die, but he was spared because of Zhu Hongshua's pleading. However, Zhu Qingzhu had to be removed from his position as punishment in order for the Black Heaven sect to completely submit to him. The Ning clan and the Joyous Palace were not so lucky. They were completely annihilated. When this version of the rumor spread, everyone believed it immediately. It was reasonable and in line with reality. This way, everything made sense. Why Zhu Qingzhu abdicated, why the Black Heaven sect joined the Council of Light, and why the evil ways were annihilated. The only thing that did not make sense was Yang Dingtian really that powerful? No matter how powerful Yang Dingtian was, he could not be that powerful. Therefore, some people started to imagine. Wasn't there an ancient underwater beast that obeyed Yang Dingtian's orders in the previous naval battle? This time, there was an even more powerful ancient expert that obeyed Yang Dingtian's orders. That was why Zhu Qingzhu and the evil ways were annihilated. As for why Yang Dingtian could command these ancient experts, it was very simple. It was because he was the new leader of the hidden sect. Of course, no one knew that the evil ways were annihilated by Zhu Qingzhu alone. No one knew that even if Yang Dingtian and his 6 masters worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for Zhu Qingzhu. However, this truth was too shocking. No one would believe it even if it was told. However, this way, the persuasion work of the Council of Light's big shots became very simple. Basically, as soon as they opened their mouths, the other party would immediately agree and swear that they would be loyal to the Council of Light, to Yang Dingtian, and to fight the evil ways to the end. At first, Qin Wanqiu and the others even took the initiative to visit and persuade. Later, it was the leader of Zhongzhou's forces who took the initiative to ask to join the Council of Light. No one was a fool. Even the Black Heaven sect had joined. If they still did not join, they would be beaten up. If Yang Dingtian issued a third order to annihilate them, they would not be able to find their graves even if they cried. In the past, there was still Zhu Qingzhu of the Black Heaven sect. Now, even the Black Heaven sect was kneeling. What were they waiting for? Zhongzhou was so big. The persuasion that was originally expected to take a month was completed in less than 10 days. Because in the end, almost everyone took the initiative to come to the Council of Light. In the entire Zhongzhou, there are 25 Tiando League forces and 273 Tiando League affiliated forces. Among them, 23 Tiando League forces have agreed to join the Council of Light, to prepare for the evil ways. And 265 affiliated forces have agreed to join the Council of Light, Zhu Qingqi said. Other than the Vulture sect, which Tiando League forces have not joined the Council of Light? Yang Dingtian asked. The 7 refined lane. Zhu Qingqi said. No wonder Third Lady Gongsun was now Wu Yoming's concubine. That was why the 7 refined lane would not stand on Yang Dingtian's side. During the persuasion, did you encounter any obstruction from some mysterious force? Yang Dingtian asked, for example, the vulture sect or the Sea of Hades. No, not at all, Zhuo Qingqi said. Yes, the whole process was very smooth. Qin Wanqiu said, by the way, sect master, how do you plan to reorganize Zhongzhou? Is it the same as West Continent? It's impossible to do it like West Continent. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, West Continent's forces are much simpler. Once the World Meeting, Qin City, and Divine Weapons Mountain Villa are established, the entire West Continent will be stabilized. Zhongzhou is too complicated. It has too much land, too many people, and too many prosperous cities. If we reorganize like this, it will hurt the interests of many people. When the time comes, countless people will rebel. In West Continent, we can suppress the rebellion, and not many people will die. In Zhongzhou, if there's a rebellion, there will be tens of millions of casualties. This will hurt the Tiando League too much. Qin Wanqiu and the others nodded in agreement. Great chaos can only be solved. Therefore, Zhongzhou can only be reorganized secretly from top to bottom. Dongfang Minmi said, we will work from two aspects. First, let some of Zhongzhou's leaders enter the Council of Light's highest level. But more importantly, we need to establish the Council of Light in Zhongzhou. Let the forces most loyal to Black Heaven's sect hold the most power and change the power structure in Zhongzhou. Second, we will establish the Heavenly Edict Academy and recruit a large number of high-level martial artists. At this point, Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, it's a pity that Zhu Qingzhu left. Otherwise, it would be much easier for him to reorganize Zhongzhou. Yes, my prestige and deterrence are far from enough. Zhuo Qingqi sighed. Then, what about the division of defense zones and the establishment of the Council of Light Corps? Are we still doing it? Qin Wanqiu asked. Yes, but we have to do it slowly. Yang Dingtian said, however, Zhongzhou has a large number of mature navy soldiers. They can be transferred to West Continent to form a new navy. In short, reorganizing Zhongzhou will be a very slow and long-term process. Dongfang Minmi said, yes, but Zhongzhou joining the Council of Light is a huge victory in itself. If the Yinyang School leads East Continent's forces to join the Council of Light, it will be a huge boost and stimulus for West Continent's reorganization. Everyone nodded. Zhongzhou's forces were far greater than West Continent's. It would be difficult to use West Continent to control Zhongzhou. However, if East Continent and West Continent work together, it would be much easier to reorganize Zhongzhou. Little Tian, Zhongzhou's situation is set. Come with me to Yinyang School in the afternoon. We will let Yinyang School join the Council of Light in the shortest time possible. Then, we will lead the entire East Continent to join the Council of Light. Dongfang Minmi said, 10 days. We will try to hold the Tiando League Conference in Zhongjing in 10 days to reunite the world. We will reorganize the Council of Light as a wartime organization and prepare for the upcoming Doomsday War. Yes, Master. Dongfang Minmi said. In the afternoon. Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Ning Busi, Qing Dabii, and Shadowless. The five of them rode the Demon Eagle and headed to Yinyang School. 2 days and 1 night later. The five of them arrived in the sky above Dongfang Yunzhou and landed directly in front of Yinyang School. The 4 of them were all covered in white cloaks. Only Yang Dingtian's face was exposed. At this time, there were still hundreds of people waiting in line at Yinyang School. Yang Dingtian walked forward and said to the disciple guarding the gate, Yang Dingtian has come to visit. All members of the Yinyang School's Elders Guild, please come out to welcome him. The disciple was stunned. He then bowed and said, yes, I will go and report this. Then, he quickly left. Half an hour later, Ling Ao appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. City Lord Yang, you're so impressive. But remember, if you're impressive, don't act in front of Yinyang School. No matter what your status is outside, in front of Yin Yang School, you're just an abandoned student of Yin Yang School. Even if you're the city lord of Cloud Sky City, in front of Yin Yang School, you're just a traitor. Leng Ao said indifferently, you want all of the Yin Yang School's Elders Guild to come out to welcome you? Yang Dingtian, you think too highly of yourself. Today, Yin Yang School does not welcome you. Please leave. Humph. Ning Busi snorted and said, is this the most outstanding young disciple of Yin Yang School? Has being a frog in a well made you so stupid? Ning Busi suddenly lifted his cloak. Leng Ao's expression changed. He then bowed and said, Disciple Leng Ao greets Grand Marshal Uncle. I asked you a question, so just answer, Ning Busi said. I can only listen to Grand Marshal Uncle's teachings. However, I feel that I'm not wrong. Yang Dingtian is an abandoned disciple of Yin Yang School. No matter how high his status is or how high his cultivation level is, in front of Yin Yang School, he can only be an abandoned disciple. I will not bow to force. I will not become humble and flatter him just because his strength and status have changed. Leng Ao said stiffly, you want all of the Yin Yang School's Elders Guild to come out to welcome you? Yang Dingtian is not worthy. Even you are not in line with the rules. This is not me trying to show off, and it is not Yang Dingtian trying to show off. Ning Busi said, since the headmaster has arrived, shouldn't the Yin Yang School come out to welcome him? Since the headmaster has arrived, of course we should all come out to welcome him. However, the headmaster is already dead, Leng Ao said. Who said that I'm already dead? Dongfang Minmi said coldly. Then, he suddenly lifted his cloak. Behind him, Qing Dabii and Wuing also lifted their cloaks. When Leng Ao saw Dongfang Minmi, his body suddenly trembled. His entire body was completely stiff, and he could not breathe for a moment. After a long time, he suddenly knelt down. Disciple Leng Ao welcomes the headmaster's return. After kneeling and kowtowing, Leng Ao quickly returned to Yin Yang School. 15 minutes later, all of the Yin Yang School's Elders Guild, the leaders of all the valleys and pavilions in the Yin Yang School, a total of hundreds of people, walked out of the mountain gate and knelt down on the platform in front of the mountain gate. The Yin Yang School welcomes the headmaster's return. Just like that, Dongfang Minmi easily became the head of the Yin Yang School. He immediately obtained all of the authority of the Yin Yang School. He had been away for more than 13 years. Would there be anyone in the Yin Yang School's Elders Guild who had other thoughts? Would there be anyone with ambitions? Of course there were. When the news of Dongfang Minmi's death spread, not everyone in the Yin Yang School was sad. Some were secretly delighted. Otherwise, no one would treat Madame Dongfang so coldly. Furthermore, Dongfang Minmi's return was no less than a thunderbolt to some people. However, Ning Busi, Qing Dabii, and Shadowless, the three grandmasters, stood loyally behind Dongfang Minmi. Was this enough to suppress any thoughts of disloyalty? It was enough to prevent anyone from acting out of desperation. Not to mention, Dongfang Minmi also had an extremely powerful disciple. After Dongfang Minmi became the head of the Yin Yang School, he did not hesitate and immediately took over the Yin Yang School's Elders Guild. He directly established the Yin Yang School's temporary three-person team and absorbed all of the authority of the Yin Yang School into this three-person team. Ning Busi, Qing Dabii, and Shadowless were the members of this three-person team. Next, they began to thoroughly investigate and even purge the Elders Guild. In the past 10 years, it was not only Dongfang Minmi who was absent. Even Ning Busi and Qing Dabii did not care about the Yin Yang School's matters. Therefore, it was obvious that the Yin Yang School was heavily infiltrated. However, now that there were 4 grandmasters holding the fort, no one could cause any trouble. Moreover, Dongfang Minmi held absolute righteousness. All of the mid-level and low-level martial artists in the Yin Yang School regarded him as their absolute spiritual leader. After becoming the head of the Yin Yang School, On the same day, Dongfang Minmi announced in Dongfang Yunzhou that the Yinyang school officially joined the Tiando League's Council of Light and fully prepared for the evil ways. 3 days later, the Yinyang school's reorganization and purge were more or less complete. Of course, this kind of reorganization and purge was very violent. Any members who might be infiltrators of the evil ways or those who might have been infiltrated had their Xian meridians sealed and were temporarily placed under house arrest. Among them was Leng Ao. Leng Ao's suspicion was very small. The reason he was placed under house arrest was only that he was hostile to the Council of Light and did not have a correct understanding of the evil ways. Of course, he was only placed under house arrest and did not kill anyone. They wanted to thoroughly investigate the evil ways infiltrators in the East Continent and find out which of them had betrayed them. The only way was to find the biggest infiltrator of the evil ways in the East Continent. However, this person did not appear at all and did not take any action. There was no way to find out. That's right. The evil ways in the East Continent had not taken any action yet. In other words, almost none of the infiltrators of the evil ways had awakened. 3 days later, Dongfang Minmi gathered all the martial arts forces in the East Continent at the Tiando League's headquarters. The Tiando League's forces, as well as their affiliated forces, were all present. Dongfang Minmi did not explain anything about his resurrection and comeback. He only said 3 sentences. The first sentence was that the demon king Wentian would be resurrected soon. Once he was resurrected, it would be the day of the apocalyptic war. The second sentence was that Yinyang school would join the Council of Light and prepare for war with all their might. In this monstrous war, if they were not comrades, they would be enemies. The third sentence was that the forces in the East Continent would make their own choices. The East Continent was not as big as the West Continent. There were a total of 19 Tiando League forces and more than 400 affiliated forces of the Tiando League. The East Continent was the smallest in the world, but it accounted for almost half of the total registered martial artists. This was a pure martial arts continent. It did not have many armies, territories, or castles. What it had were the purest martial arts sections. Yinyang School's appeal in the East Continent was greater than that of the Black Heaven sect in the Central Continent. Under Dongfang Minmi's tough words, almost all the forces in the East Continent agreed to join the Council of Light on the same day. Soon, Yinyang School would enter the East Continent and be completely reorganized. In the Central Continent, it was very difficult to reorganize. It was almost impossible. Because there were too many benefits, too many territories, and too many cities. In the East Continent, it was much easier to reorganize. Because the benefits involved were very small. Whether it was the establishment of the Heavenly Edict Academy, the movement of martial artists for cultivation, the establishment of defense zones, the establishment of defense lines, or the establishment of a martial artist army. The difficulty and resistance were not too great. Of course, these things were very difficult to accomplish in one go. Now, the West Continent, Central Continent, and East Continent were all unified and had joined the Council of Light. Then, the only thing left was the Tiando League Conference in Zhongjing. They would officially announce that the world was unified and that the Council of Light would be reorganized as a wartime authority. They would officially announce that the Primal Chaos Continent would be fully prepared for the apocalyptic war. Now, the Legion of Doom was still in hiding. The Demon King Wentian had not been resurrected. The Queen Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and Princess Mu Dan were all trying their best to resurrect the Demon King. And the Joyous Palace's experts were all wiped out. The Temple of Blood's master was wise. Yang Dingtian's Council of Light's only enemies could only be the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect, who had ulterior motives. But once the Tiando League conference was held, everything would be a foregone conclusion. Even the Sea of Hades and the Vulture sect could not change anything. Although these two sects were powerful, they were unable to go against the entire world. They could not go against the entire Tiando League. Chapter 598. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Minmi had returned to Zhongjing. Originally, the Tiando League was supposed to be held in East Continent. That was the headquarters of the Tiando League. However, the main focus of the reorganization was Zhongzhou, so the Tiando League was held in Zhongjing instead. Dongfang Minmi had said that the Tiando League would be held in 10 days. Although the reorganization of East Continent was very fast, 10 days was still not enough. Therefore, it was unanimously decided that it would be held in 5 days, on July 9th. When he went to Eastern Cloud State with his master, Yang Dingtian gave the Council of Light and Black Heaven sect a task that was not considered difficult but was very huge. That was to eliminate the spies of evil ways. Now that Ning Wuming's army was wiped out, the tens of thousands of spies in Zhongzhou had lost their highest leader. The spies of evil ways were the most terrifying group of spies. This was something that Yang Dingtian would be able to see clearly if he was in the world. She was loyal to them. Their ruthlessness and decisiveness. Especially their spirit of sacrifice. It was enough to make anyone shudder. However, their eternal loyalty and obedience made them harmless when they were not given orders. With Ning Wuming's specific name list, it was not difficult to capture these tens of thousands of spies. These spies didn't even resist when they were captured. This was because they did not receive any orders. The Council of Light used the shortest amount of time to form a team of hundreds of thousands to capture the spies. When they were in West Continent, Yang Dingtian had tricked Wu Maji and then mobilized tens of thousands of people to eliminate all the spies in West Continent in 1 day and 1 night. Although Zhongzhou was 3 times bigger, 4 to 5 days was enough. Uncle Master Zhua, Uncle Master Qin, how's the capture of the spies of evil ways coming along? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhua Qingqi and Qin Wanqiu instantly fell silent. Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? The capture operation failed, Qin Wanqiu said. Qin Wanqiu said, we only caught a few hundred people. There were also a few hundred who committed suicide before we found them. What about the tens of thousands of people? Yang Dingtian asked. They're all gone. Qin Wanqiu said, this name list is very clear. Even their faces are described clearly. Moreover, their current identities and names are all very clear. But by the time we found them, they had all disappeared. Disappeared? How could this be? Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. The disappearance of tens of thousands of people, under the watchful eyes of our hundreds of thousands of soldiers, is absolutely impossible. Qin Wanqiu said, that's right. When we started to capture them, it was impossible for these tens of thousands of people to disappear. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, we would still find them. But, these spies disappeared before we made our move. The hundreds of people who were captured and the hundreds who committed suicide were the ones who couldn't escape in time. Tens of thousands of people suddenly disappeared from the land of Zhongzhou State and evaporated from the world. How could this be? Zhua Qingqi said, these spies are from various forces in Central Plains, some of them hold prominent positions. Therefore, the sudden disappearance of these people will definitely attract attention. In fact, this is also the case. Before this period of time, we heard news of people suddenly disappearing in batches, as if the world had disappeared from the face of the earth. Yang Dingtian asked, when exactly? When did they start to disappear? On the 3rd day after Ning Wuming's death, this group of people began to disappear. Zhua Qingqi said, it's been more than 20 days since then. It's been 20 days since we started to capture them. These 20 days are enough for tens of thousands of people to disappear completely. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes trembled. Could this be Ning Wuming's backup plan? He made a plan for himself in case something went wrong. Once he lost and died, he would make all the Central State spies disappear. Yang Dingtian believed that Ning Wuming definitely had the ability to plan this. This person's calculations were almost flawless. When it came to scheming, even 10 Yang Dingtians would not be his opponent. Therefore, there was this possibility. But this possibility wasn't very big. Because Ning Wuming was an extremely selfish person. Other than himself and Wu Maji, he didn't care about anyone else's life. After he died, he only cared about Wu Maji. He didn't care about anything else. There was another possibility. Other than Ning Wuming, there was someone else who knew about this specific list. Once Ning Wuming died, this person organized all the Central State spies to evacuate. This person knew that once Yang Dingtian got hold of this list, the evil Wei spies in Central State would be uprooted. Then, who could this person be? Who had the ability to get hold of this list? Who had the ability to evacuate tens of thousands of people? There weren't many people who could do this. In fact, it could be counted with one's fingers. Could it be Wu Yuming? Of course, he was one of the few who had this ability. The power he wielded was even the greatest in the world right now. However, he and Vulture personally went to the Snow Clan, as if they wanted to get something from Wu Maji, including this list of spies. It seemed like he didn't know about this. However, who could guarantee that this wasn't Wu Yuming acting? In terms of acting, Wu Yuming was definitely better than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian had said before that these spies couldn't be allowed to collude with Wu Yuming. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Although Wu Yuming pretended to be righteous, he had to be careful when doing things. He couldn't destroy his own image of righteousness. However, if the evil Wei's spies were in his hands, then it would be too shocking. His left hand was benevolent and righteous, while his right hand was terrorizing. Zhu Qingzhu had played this game before, and the results were very good. It allowed him to easily regain control of the Central State's power in a few months. Zhu Qingzhu's methods were ruthless, but he was arrogant and fragile. He was still brooding over the kneeling incident 20 years ago. Therefore, he had to straighten his back at all times. Therefore, Yang Dingtian clearly knew that he wasn't a complete person after fighting with him a few times. He had always been struggling in his heart, and there was a painful cleansing in his heart. There was a strong bottom line in his heart that prevented him from falling into the darkest abyss. It was also this bottom line that made him surrender and leave when he could defeat Yang Dingtian and everyone else. Just like Ning Wuming, there was a painful knot in his heart. That was his infatuation with Wu Maji, and his inferiority complex. Therefore, there was an absolute bottom line in his heart, and that was to not harm Wu Maji, and even the child in her womb. However, Wu Yuming was different. Wu Yuming was many times more cunning than Zhu Qingzhu. Once he did something, he was very thorough. Once tens of thousands of evil Wei spies fell into his hands, the power he could unleash would be many times more than Zhu Qingzhu's. There was another detail. When Dongfang Minmi was chasing Ning Wuming, there was a great grandmaster waiting quietly in the southern part of the Sunset Mountains and saved Ning Wuming. Who was that person? Now it seemed that this person was most likely from Wu Yuming's faction. At least, it wasn't Zhu Qingzhu. During the battle with Qin Chichi in Cloud Sky City, and the battle with Zhu Qingzhu in Central Province, Wu Yuming and the faction behind her had been playing the role of the Oriole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. When these people disappeared on a large scale, they must have left through the sea or the air. Yang Dingtian said, "Did anyone find any strange ships or flying mounts?" "Yes." Zhuo Qingqi said, "Someone once saw a ship that shouldn't have been there at the pier. It was sailing in the southern barbarian continent." Yang Dingtian said, "Should be." Zhuo Qingqi said, "Later, a few people at the pier were killed." Silenced. Qin Wanqiu said. Zhuo Qingqi nodded and said, "Of course, that's not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is. 4 days ago, when someone was waiting for the sunrise at the top of Thunder Mountain, he suddenly heard a very strange cry from the sky. It came from very, very high up in the sky." "What cry?" Yang Dingtian asked. Gagulu. More than one cry. Zhuo Qingqi said. The cry of the black vulture. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Zhuo Qingqi said, the vulture sect's black vultures never leave southern barbarian continent. I believe that it's not the only place where the black vultures visit, and it's not the only time they visit. Perhaps the black vultures have been flying over central province for the past few nights and then landing. Yang Dingtian said, someone changed these evil Wei spies' identities and faces and sent them back to central province. Yes. Zhuo Qingqi said, so here comes our trouble. Thousands or tens of thousands of evil Wei spies have changed their faces and entered central province again. We don't know if their goal is to attack and destroy the upcoming Tiando League. Looks like it must be. Qin Wanchou said, no one would have thought that we could defeat Zhu Qingzhu and the evil Wei's alliance. But everyone knows that once the Tiando League convenes, the entire world situation will be decided. The faction leader will become the only leader of the Tiando League, and the entire chaotic world will prepare for the Legion of Doom. The Sea of Gloom and Vulture sect will be completely marginalized by the world. So, someone will do everything they can to destroy the Tiando League. Zhuo Qingqi said, but, what will they do? I don't know. Qin Wanchou said, maybe they will plan something that will change the entire world. Then what will they do? They are in the dark, and we are in the light. We don't know what they want to do, so we can't stop them. Zhuo Qingqi said. Don't care what they do, we will only do what we should do, Yang Dingtian said, don't let others destroy our rhythm, and prepare for the Tiando League with all our strength. How many legions from the West Province are here? 300,000. Qin Wanchou said. Send out all the crystal warships and fast crystal warships to lock down and monitor every part of the sea. Send out all the demon eagle legions in Central Province and all the flying mounts to monitor every part of the sky. The hundreds of thousands of legions in Central Province and the elite legions controlled by Xian Tian's sect will lock down the entire Central Province, especially Zhongjing. Before the Tiando League ends, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Send out orders to all the armies in Central Province to investigate every city and monitor every suspicious face that has appeared recently. Yes. Qin Wanchou shouted, other than the participants, no one is allowed to enter Zhongjing. Monitor all the new faces that have appeared in Zhongjing in the past 20 days. Lock down Zhongjing and even the entire Central Province. No one is allowed to enter or leave. After the highest order of the Council of Light was issued. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of flying mounts rushed into the sky and began to lock down every part of the Central Province. Thousands of crystal warships of all kinds began to lock down every part of the sea in Central Province. 200,000 Tiando League Black Cavalry and 200,000 Council of Light Elite Legions surrounded the entire Zhongjing. The hidden strongholds in Central Province that Zhu Qingzhu had built were all activated to monitor every place. Millions of troops began to check every place, every restaurant, every house, looking for suspicious faces. Especially the new faces that had appeared recently. Of course, the Council of Light and Xian Tian's sect could only control the Central Province at the moment. As for the forces in South Central Province and North Central Province, they had just agreed to join the Council of Light. They would accept the order, but it was hard to say whether they would carry it out or not. The Council of Light's control over these forces was still very weak. Even the Council of Light found it difficult to control the Central Province. There were 200,000 elites in the West Continent and 300,000 elites in the Xian Tian sect. A total of 500,000 to 600,000. It was very difficult to control the entire Central Province, but it was still possible to control the Zhongjing. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only place his absolute focus on the Zhongjing. As long as the Zhongjing was stable and safe, it would be difficult to stop the Tiando League from being held. It would be difficult to stop the general situation of the world from being fixed. At Yang Dingtian's order, millions of troops were mobilized. Tens of thousands of miles of land, countless cities, and countless towns were all in turmoil. This was the power that came with power. With a casual glance and a wave of his hand, millions of people would risk their lives for him. He could change the fate of hundreds of millions of people. However, Yang Dingtian had never been an ambitious person. After a short period of intoxication, not only did he not feel happy, but he also felt a little uncomfortable. Because this meant that he would be reviled and criticized. He did not care about the reviling and criticism, but he did not enjoy it. He only hoped that these actions would be useful. They could stop the upheaval from happening. But no matter what. With the Council of Light's order, the entire central province was filled with a sense of oppression as if a storm was coming. Faction leader, Jiao Liao requests to see you. It's very urgent. Yang Dingtian was staring at the huge map in a daze. Suddenly, Yun Zhenu came in to report. Yun Zhenu had changed her appearance. She looked like Yang Dingtian's personal secretary. Jiao Liao. She was now the highest-ranking spy in the West Province. Her mission was very heavy. What was she doing here? Did something happen in the West Province? Let her in. Yang Dingtian. After Jiao Liao entered, she immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Faction leader, Madame Jiao is about to be born." Yang Dingtian's eyes trembled. Jiao Liao was definitely not someone who could not distinguish between public and private matters. Even if Shimin Yanyan was about to give birth, she would not leave the West Province to report to Yang Dingtian. But Jiao Liao was different. This was because Yao Rao was a second-generation demon fox. Her ancestor was once tempted by the void demon dragon and fell into darkness. Her mission was the same as the second generation of Naga. She was to find humans and use their genes to give birth to a perfect race of gods. They entered the primal chaos mainland from another space for the same purpose. Such people included Gudu Aoshuang's mother. She succeeded and gave birth to two women. One was a human and the other was a Naga. As for Yao Rao, she was the second generation after being tempted by the void demon dragon. So once she was pregnant, she could be an extremely powerful and perfect descendant of a demigod. Now, she had been pregnant for more than 10 months and was finally about to give birth. What would happen to the child she gave birth to? No one knew. He only knew that his child was very healthy. He even paid attention to this point. Only now did he remember that his child was completely different from the humans in this world. I know this is very important, but I don't have time. Yang Dingtian said, "Ride the demon eagle and use your fastest speed to make a trip to the Temple of Blood. Let Dugu Shao temporarily protect everything in Cloud Sky City." Temple of Blood? Jiao Liao said, "Dugu Shao is the leader of the evil ways. He will go." Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Jiao Liao said, "Then what about the person who will deliver the child?" Master's wife and mother-in-law will deliver the child. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, then I will go and do it. Once Yao Rao gives birth to the child, I will immediately report. Jiao Liao said. Okay. Yang Dingtian nodded. Sect Master, you should go back. Qin Wanchou suddenly said, I know that Yao Rao's child is very, very different. The first person he saw was you. Perhaps it will be very different in the future. Martial uncle, I want to go too. I want to see the child for the first time. Yang Dingtian said, but if the mastermind behind all of this and the one who wants to destroy the Tiando League and create a shocking incident is Wu Yuming, then I believe that he will definitely meet me in advance. I have this feeling. Meet? Why? Qin Wanchou asked. He wants to toy with me and trample on me. Yang Dingtian said, I can clearly feel this. Every time I see him, I can clearly feel it. Since you can feel this, then what do you think he will do? Qin Wanchou asked. I don't know. In fact, I can see this person clearly. I once asked him a question. What does he want? He didn't answer me. But this question is indeed what I want to ask him. Because I really don't know what he wants. Yang Dingtian said, but Ning Wuming once told me that it's not necessarily a good thing for me to win against him. From then on, the way we fight will completely change. At this point, Yang Dingtian said with a smile, to be honest, I somewhat miss Ning Wuming now. Although this person is extremely vicious and his schemes are unfathomable. But his face at least tells you directly that I want to frame you, I want to plot against you. Unlike Wu Yuming, we completely don't know what he wants to do. Sect Master, Zhu Hongxue requests an audience. At this moment, slave Yunjun entered to report. After a moment, Zhu Hongxue entered. What's the matter, senior brother? Senior? Yang Dingtian asked. It's like this. After your order is passed down, the first thing to be rectified is Zhongjing. All the suspects in Zhongjing will be under surveillance. Some of the more suspicious ones will be arrested. Zhu Hongxue said, the first one to bear the brunt is Ling Wu. Because she has an extraordinary relationship with Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, yes, this is very normal. I won't be biased because of her. Locking her up at this time is protecting her instead. I know. Zhu Hongxue said, senior brother Zhao Mu is the person to execute this matter. He went to see Ling Wu. Ling Wu said that she wants to see you. I'm not free. Yang Dingtian said, I won't see her. This time, he had made a big fuss and sealed off the entire Zhongjing to investigate any suspects. Without a doubt, Ling Wu was going to ridicule Yang Dingtian again and attack his tyranny. Little did she know that the current Zhongjing was already the most dangerous place. In case the Evil Way's spies launched the most thorough and terrifying attack, then it wouldn't be tens of thousands of people who would die. It might be hundreds of thousands or even more. Of course, it was still unknown whether Wu Yuming would launch such a direct and thorough attack. But they had to be on guard. In short, Yang Dingtian didn't have the obligation to explain to Ling Wu. Yes. Zhu Hongxue left. However, an hour later, Zhu Hongxue came again. Sect Master, Ling Wu requests to see you again. Zhu Hongxue said, she said that it's not that she wants to see you, but she wants to convey some words to you on behalf of Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian's face trembled slightly. Wu Yuming asked Ling Wu to convey the words to him. What did he want to say? However, Yang Dingtian's intuition was right. If Wu Yuming was planning to operate some shocking conspiracy, he would definitely meet Yang Dingtian in advance. I'll go now. Yang Dingtian. Chapter 599. The related suspects in Zhongjing were locked up in various castles. Ling Wu was locked up in one of the castles. However, considering the special nature of her identity, she was locked up in a room by herself. Yang Dingtian pushed open the door and entered. Ling Wu was still standing at the window. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only see her back view. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? Yang Dingtian asked. I haven't congratulated you on obtaining the entire central continent. I've just escaped to the central continent, and the central continent is now yours, said Ling Wu. Stop. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, stop. Is this insolent sarcasm or an attack? Please stop. Let's get straight to the point. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? Ling Wu turned around and said, why? Are you afraid of facing my words because she's piercing your heart? No. I'm afraid of your stupidity, and I'm powerless to deal with it. Yang Dingtian said, I'm not good with words. I obviously know that other people's stupidity is beyond compare, yet I can't explain it. Ling Wu's face twitched for a while. She smiled and said, now, you also know how to use words to attack. It's just that it's very laughable. It's just childlike pestering endlessly and verbally attacking. I'm very stupid. Say something reasonable. I really want to save your thinking. However, I'm very sorry. I don't have enough time, Yang Dingtian said, so, let's talk. What did Wu Yuming ask you to pass on to me? You're very afraid of him. Ling Wu smiled. Yes, a little, said Yang Dingtian. So, you also know fear. You also know that there's someone who's far better than you, said Ling Wu. It's a good thing to know fear. People who don't know fear are the ones who are tragic, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Are you afraid of some things? I'm not afraid, said Ling Wu. Because my heart is righteous and strong, and I've grasped the truth. Therefore, I'm fearless. Are you really not afraid? Are you not afraid if someone wants to kill your father? Yang Dingtian said. Are you threatening me? Ling Wu said coldly, however, I'll still say that. No matter what method you use, don't think of making me yield. Even if you're using my father. Threaten you? Threaten you with what? Do you have any value in being threatened? Yang Dingtian, the truth is cruel, but I still have to tell you that your only value is the special relationship between you and me. If I care about you, your value will be owned. If I don't care about you, then you are worthless. Therefore, no one will threaten you. Even if there is, it will be others who use you to threaten me. Shut up, you arrogant thing. Who do you think you are? With my value, do I still need to rely on you? I'm an independent and noble person. I'm not related to you in any way. Ling Wu said loudly, feel free to use whatever means you have. So what if you want to imprison me? I'm different from you. You have a guilty conscience. You're afraid of Big Brother Wu Yuming. I have a righteous heart. I'm not afraid of anyone. You've said it before. You're not even afraid that your father might be killed. Then you really have nothing to fear. Because, whether it's for the stubbornness, pride, or truth in your heart, you don't care about anything, including your father's life. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, but I care. There are too many people I care about. My wife, my children, my comrades, my brothers, my master's wife, and so on. There are many, many of them. These people are my most beloved, and also my weakness. I'm full of flaws, but Wu Yuming doesn't have any flaws for the time being. I would naturally be afraid of him. Ling Wu, I'm not good with words. Therefore, I rarely talk to others. Basically, unless I'm very, very sure that it's the right thing to say, I'll only say it. Then today, I'll tell you one sentence, just one sentence. Yang Dingtian, you don't know fear. Either you're an extremely egotistical person, or you're a stupid person. Ling Wu's delicate body trembled, and her face instantly turned ghastly pale. You have a reaction. After seeing Ling Wu's reaction, Yang Dingtian said, all right then, I'll tell you the second sentence. You keep saying that your heart is strong, righteous, and has truth in your heart. If we're talking about something specifically, your truth should be. You're righteous, and I'm evil. Everything I've done is to usurp the power of the entire world. I won't argue with you on this point. I'll only ask you one thing. Previously, you liked to wear tight and wear-resistant coarse clothes, and didn't like to wear luxurious brocade clothes. But now, why do you like to wear expensive and soft brocade clothes? Previously, you were barefaced, and your skin was slightly dark and even a little rough due to exposure to the wind and sun. But now, your skin is snow-white and delicate. The one who changed is you, not me. Previously, your simplicity and wildness were your style. What did you encounter? It made you impatiently bid farewell to your past, to bid farewell to your simplicity and wildness, and to chase after a kind of so-called calmness, prosperity, nobility, and nothingness. What did you encounter? It made you feel inferior, made you impatiently deny everything about your past, made you blindly chase after some things, and even packaged them with pride and righteousness. Ling Wu, although I'm not good with words, I have a pair of eyes and a pair of eyes. However, I still have a pair of observant eyes, and also a resolute heart. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, regardless of whether it's for the so-called righteousness or for the so-called pride. In short, forgetting the past means betrayal, and denying everything about yourself means complete loss. Then, you'll have nothing. Someone made you feel inferior. But when a person starts to feel inferior, then the distance to sliding into darkness isn't too far. Ling Wu sat stiffly on her seat. Her face was pale, and she didn't say a word. All right, my wisdom is ordinary. So, I can only say so much, Yang Dingtian said, then, pass on Wu Youming's words to me. At this moment, Ling Wu appeared helpless and weak. It was as if her inner heart was being torn apart alive, and then exposed in front of her eyes, dripping with blood. That feeling was like the shame and hurt of being stripped naked in front of countless people, and it made her tremble from head to toe. Then, she quickly closed her eyes and clenched her hands, trying to find some strength to support herself. She started to take deep breaths, and started to gradually calm herself down. Yang Dingtian knew that this was a kind of thought isolation technique. It completely isolated her mind and body from the outside world, and prevented her from receiving any harm, including the harm of the truth. Very soon, Ling Wu calmed down, and her gaze had completely recovered its tranquility. She looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, Yang Dingtian, your words are very sharp. It seems like you have a lot of means. Of course, if you didn't have such means, you wouldn't have been able to bewitch Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others to risk their lives for you. Previously, someone told me that your brainwashing ability is very powerful, but I didn't believe it. Now, I completely believe it. However, you can rest assured that I won't reject the truth and truth. I'll think carefully about what you've said. No, you won't think about what I've said. You'll only think of any method and use any theory to deny what I've said, and to prove that you're right. Yang Dingtian said, but I'm sorry, this is all I can do. I'm too busy, and I don't have the time to take care of your mind. There's no need for that. Ling Wu said, I'm an objective person, and I'm also a brave person. I can look straight at my own shortcomings, and I'll think about what you've said in a realistic manner. You don't have to judge others by your own standards. Alright, you can't go out for the time being. You have a lot of time to think here, Yang Dingtian said, now, pass on Wu Youming's words to me. To see a person clearly, one shouldn't look at what he says, but what he does. Ling Wu said, you don't have a guilty conscience, so why did you imprison me? When Ling Wu found out that she had been imprisoned, not only was she not angry, she was happy instead. Because this had provided her with a weapon in her mind, a weapon to deny Yang Dingtian. As long as she denied Yang Dingtian, then his theory would be wrong, and those words that he had said to her would be wrong. Then, she, Ling Wu, would be able to become strong again. She kept saying that she would think in a realistic manner, and wouldn't deny Yang Dingtian to prove that she was right. In fact, she had already started. Yang Dingtian lost interest and said, all right, I'm running out of patience. Pass on Wu Youming's words to me. Ling Wu stood up and stood face to face with Yang Dingtian. It was as if she wanted to pursue a kind of imposing manner, an imposing manner that wasn't weak. After that, she said to Yang Dingtian word by word, he asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't hold a Tiando League assembly. Don't let your ambition destroy you. Just this sentence? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Ling Wu said. Got it. The first sentence is for me, while the second sentence is for you. Yang Dingtian turned around and walked out. If I'm not wrong, this sentence should be just a prelude. He'll look for me again. Next time, he probably won't ask you to pass on this message. You don't have to pretend that you know him very well. The two of you are completely different, said Ling Wu. You're right. It's just that the meaning behind it might be the other way around, said Yang Dingtian. After saying that, Yang Dingtian walked out directly and didn't pay any more attention to her. Sect Master, why don't I go and talk to her? Yun Zhenu said in a low voice, it should be more effective if I offer my body. No need. We're very busy. Yang Dingtian said. But, shouldn't we save anyone? Said Yun Zhenu. Yang Dingtian turned around and said to Yun Zhenu, Zhenu, perhaps in your heart, I'm a leader, a just and selfless person, a person similar to a statue of a god. But I'm not. I'm just a mortal, and I have my own disgust. When I encounter something that I hate, I won't hurt it. But I'll try my best to avoid it. Do you understand? Just like you in the past. I used you, but I never thought of saving you. It's harm that saved you and awakened you. It's not me. Do you understand? Yun Zhenu trembled and said in a low voice, I understand. Therefore, Ling Wu's fate should be in her own hands. Whoever hurt her would be the one to save her soul. Even if this kind of saving is the most thorough harm. She'll either awaken from the harm, or die from the harm. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I only love the people I should love, and only care about the people I should care about. I'll save the majority, but I might not be able to take care of the minority. So be it, ignore her. Yun Zhenu's beautiful face trembled slightly. I understand, Sect Master. Yun Zhenu said, someone wants to use the things you care about to hurt you. Someone wants to use everything about you as a weapon to attack you. Ling Wu is one of them, and so is Vulture. He wants to defeat you mentally and ideologically. He wants to create a feeling that he wants to defeat you in the deepest part of your mental realm. Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said, however, I have to thank him. By doing this, he has exposed his true colors. Didn't you already know about his hypocrisy and shamelessness? Yun Zhenu said, now, I know about it too. No, I'm talking about his true colors. Yang Dingtian said, I once asked him what he wants. I'm very concerned about this question. Now, I seem to have gotten the answer. What answer? Yun Zhenu said. I'm not very sure now. I'll tell you when I'm sure. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he walked away. Yun Zhenu stood at the same spot and said in a low voice, Sect Master, the weakness you showed made me feel that it's real. This kind of reality will make me more loyal and more convinced. There was a principle in this world. No matter how beautiful or resplendent something was, as long as it wasn't real, it would mean darkness. Back to the headquarters in Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian clearly knew that the battle between him and Wu Yuming had already begun. This battle would involve a wide range of things, including spiritual, ideological, practical, political, martial arts, and so on and so forth. Wu Yuming had asked Ling Wu to pass on the message. Don't call for a Taekwondo League meeting and don't let your ambitions devour you. Even Wu Yuming would disdain these words. This was merely a signal to start the battle. Now, there were more than 1 billion people and millions of soldiers in the entire middle region. This was the battle between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. If he didn't guess wrongly, there might not be any smoke in this first battle. Because Wu Yuming hadn't shed all pretenses of cordiality. Only after shed all pretenses of cordiality would there be real smoke and blood. Before shed all pretenses of cordiality, Yang Dingtian only needed to grasp one point to deal with Wu Yuming. What was Wu Yuming's true colors? What did he want? Before he went to meet Ling Wu, his mind was in a mess. But now, it was clearer. Yang Dingtian stood in front of the map and looked at the center of the map. That was the Taekwondo League main hall. His mind gradually became clear. At this moment, Qin Huaiyu suddenly rushed in and said, Sect Master, a large-scale plague suddenly broke out in South Middle region. More than 10,000 people have died. Qin Wanqiu came in immediately after and said, it's starting. They've started. Zhuo Qingqi said, I'll head to South Middle region immediately and wipe out their operation before it sprouts. Yang Dingtian said, no, you don't have to go. Use the normal method to seal off and cut off. Don't be disrupted. This is just a smokescreen. Everyone was stunned. Zhuo Qingqi said, then, where should our focus be? Zhongjing, especially the Tiando League main hall. Yang Dingtian said, we just need to be clear about one thing in this battle. What does Wu Yuming want? Then, what does he want? Qin Wanqiu asked. Chapter 600. Perhaps he is just tormenting me. Yang Dingtian said half-jokingly. Then, Yang Dingtian said seriously, send someone to South Central State to check on the situation of the plague. See clearly the situation of the people who are infected with the plague. Yang Dingtian took out a few booklets and said, inside these booklets, there are many types of plagues related to the evil Tao. Furthermore, there are methods to treat and prevent them. Just use the medicine and don't panic. Yes. I'll make a trip there. Qin Huaiyu said and took the book and the Council of Light token. Then, Qin Huaiyu rode on the Devil Eagle and used his fastest speed to head south to South Central State to deal with the plague. Not long after Qin Huaiyu left. An hour later, someone quickly came to report that a serious plague had occurred in North Central State and more than 100,000 people had died. The entire North Central State was in a state of panic. Yang Dingtian took out another book. This book was originally obtained from Qin Qiqi. When she was imprisoned, she described most of the evil ways of the plague and drew pictures. She also gave the treatment methods. Thus, Yang Dingtian made a lot of copies of this booklet just in case he needed it. At this moment, he handed the book to Zhu Hongxue and asked him to go to North Central State to deal with the plague. And Zhu Hongxue did not leave for long. He came to report again. A plague had occurred in Ningjing Island in the western part of Great Central State. Immediately, Yang Dingtian sent out Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua had not left for long. A plague had occurred in Gale Island in the southern part of Great Central State. Yang Dingtian sent out Duan Ruyan. Following that, the plague in the entire Great Central State rose and fell, continuously occurring. Later, the plague directly occurred in Great Central State and constantly approached Zhongjing. After Duan Ruyan, Qiu Wanjie. Then Song Shao, then Kuei Qing, and then Qin Wanqiu. Basically, every 2 hours or 4 hours, there would be a huge plague that would come. Finally, there was only one Dongfang Minmi left by Yang Dingtian's side. Little Tian, this is a diversion. Dongfang Minmi said, someone wants to transfer all of your helpers away. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Don't worry. Right at this time, Yun Zhenu came in at lightning speed and said with a pale complexion, Sect Master, a plague happened in Heaven Wave City. It's less than 1,000 miles away from Zhongjing. Yang Dingtian, they're finally here. He handed the booklet in his hand to Dongfang Minmi and said, Master, you'll probably have to go this time. No, you can't have no one by your side. Dongfang Minmi said, this is his plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Trust me, that might not be the case. Yang Dingtian said. How do you know? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian, if he knows, what is he going to do? Then, he had to consider the problem from his point of view. Master, go and save Pestilence, it's all right. Even those who seem to be dead can be saved. Our Council of Light has enough plague materials, especially Black Heaven Sect, they have even more resources. Sect Master, do you want to transfer Junior Uncle Wu Ying from Yinyang School? Do you want me to transfer mother and father from Cloud Sky Pavilion? Yunjenu asked anxiously. No need. Yang Dingtian said. There were more than 10 plague outbreaks in the entire Zhongjing continent, causing countless deaths and injuries. Previously, there was a storm, but now, there was lightning and thunder. The dark clouds and the shocking lightning caused the entire Zhongjing continent to be in a state of panic. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Countless people were like lambs, filled with fear and uneasiness. Under such an atmosphere, the leaders of the forces participating in the Tiando League still went to Zhongjing one by one. After all, they were important figures, and the plague could not harm them. Moreover, they had seen the plague attack clearly during Zhu Qingzhu's era. Although they did not know who did it, they had a rough idea of what was going on. There was only about 1 day left before the Tiando League. Midnight. The worst news had finally arrived. A total of 19 leaders from North Zhongjing, South Zhongjing, and East Zhongjing had suddenly disappeared on their way to the Tiando League. Just like when Kuei Si went missing, they disappeared from this world. No one knew what happened, and no one knew where they went missing. Moreover, these leaders were the ones who disrespected Yang Dingtian the most. They had attacked him many times. During the first war in Cloud Sky City, and the second war in Zhongjing Continent, these leaders were Yang Dingtian's staunchest opponents and attackers. After hearing the bad news, Yun Zhenu's face turned pale. She almost collapsed on her seat. Sect Master, how could they do this? How could they be so despicable? Yun Zhenu asked in a trembling voice, Now. What should we do? Don't worry. Yang Dingtian said, this should be the last wave of attack. You are the only one left with me. If they want me to send you out, I will be speechless. Yun Zhenu's lips trembled as she asked, Then what should we do now? Will they attack the headquarters directly and kill you? Kill me? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, They won't. Let's go out for a walk. Now. No, it is too dangerous for you to go out, Yun Zhenu said. Don't worry, they won't, Yang Dingtian said. Before Wu Yuming comes to look for me, we have to meet someone. Then, Yang Dingtian walked out. Yun Zhenu immediately followed him out in a panic. At this point in time, the streets of Zhongjing had been cordoned off. Other than the patrolling warriors, there was no one else in sight. Almost all the citizens felt an extremely dangerous aura. All of them hid in their houses and did not dare to come out. Yang Dingtian walked forward confidently. Suddenly, Yun Zhenu felt that this route was somewhat familiar. Sect Master, we are going to meet Lingwu. Yun Zhenu said. Yes, that's right. Yang Dingtian said. But, didn't you say that you hate her very much and don't want to see her? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, but I have no choice but to meet her. Yang Dingtian said. Thus, Yang Dingtian met Lingwu again. It had been almost 3 days since the last time they met. When he met Lingwu again, her frailty had completely disappeared. Her eyes were burning with passion again. After seeing Yang Dingtian, her eyes lit up and were filled with fighting spirit at once. Yang Dingtian, you came at the right time. I have been thinking about your fallacies for the past few days. I have completely figured it out. Lingwu said. Oh. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, I'm all ears. You said that I don't like to wear coarse clothes anymore and like to wear white brocade clothes. You said that my skin was dark and rough in the past and now it is white and tender. You said that I was simple and wild in the past and now I am pretending to be proud and noble. All of these are because I have forgotten my past and betrayed myself. You said that I have completely denied my past because of my inferiority complex. This is a kind of stupidity and depravity. Lingwu sneered, what a brilliant fallacy. It has practically pierced the deepest part of my heart, making me bleed and in so much pain that I wish I was dead. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, then, what do you think now? Ling Wu said, it's very simple. I only have one question for you. What were we humans like in the very, very ancient era? We were in the primitive society. I know what you want to say. Yang Dingtian said, but, in order to not spoil your sense of achievement, you had better say it. In the primitive era, we humans didn't wear any clothes and completely exposed our bodies to the outside. There was no privacy at all. Yet, we didn't feel ashamed either. We ate everything, including our own kind. We didn't feel ashamed either. Later on, we ate tree leaves on the ship. Then, we ate tree bark. Then, we ate clothes. Ling Wu sneered and said word by word, don't tell me you think that this is also a kind of forgetting the past and betraying myself. From being completely exposed to wearing animal skins and tree leaves, this is a kind of evolution. From wearing coarse clothes to wearing brocade clothes and satin, this is also a kind of evolution. Everyone has the power to yearn for a higher realm. I am no exception. Yet, you regard my progressive behavior as a depravity, betrayal, and inferiority complex. This is the most absurd behavior. Yang Dingtian nodded. What a brilliant fallacy. It seemed as if it was really impeccable. A very brilliant theoretical counterattack. But, it didn't come from you. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, because, the matters related to the primitive society of the primal chaos world are still not historical facts that you can come into contact with. Someone must have told you how to refute my theory. You don't have such a high standard. You should still have a way to transmit information to the outside world. Ling Wu's expression trembled slightly as she said, so what? In short, I'll refute your fallacy. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, do you think that wearing coarse clothes to wearing brocade clothes is a kind of evolution? Of course. Everyone loves beauty, said Ling Wu. Yes, brocade clothes look better than coarse clothes. Everyone loves beauty. In the past, you liked red. But now, you wear white because you feel that red is a little gaudy, right? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Don't find excuses and don't change the topic, said Ling Wu. Alright, let's go back to the topic. Everyone knows that brocade clothes are more beautiful than coarse clothes. Why do so many people still wear coarse clothes? Yang Dingtian said. It's very simple. Because brocade clothes are expensive, many people can't afford it, said Ling Wu. Yes, many people can't afford it, so they don't wear it. Then, when you wear coarse clothes, is it also because you can't afford silk and satin? At that time, although your family had undergone a drastic change, you were still rich and lived a life of luxury. That shouldn't be a problem, right? However, the only reason why you wear coarse clothes is because you view it as beautiful. Moreover, you were running a ship at that time. This was a kind of tiring labor. You viewed it as beautiful. Later on, a kind of extremely arrogant and illusory temperament appeared in front of you. You started to feel inferior and started to deny the beauty of labor and the beauty of simplicity. Therefore, you stopped running a ship. Instead, you changed to making clothes. Of course, using the fashionable words from our side, you are a fashion designer. That day, when Vulture and I headed to the central continent, we just happened to be on your ship. You stayed in the cabin almost all the time. You didn't come out to interact with the sailors or the passengers because you started to loathe and deny it. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, you said that going from coarse clothes to brocade clothes is a kind of evolution. Going from being exposed to the wind and sun to having snow-white skin is a kind of evolution. That's right, everyone yearns for a better life. However, they won't feel ashamed of their past labor and exhaustion. They won't deny their previous efforts. Betrayal is betrayal. Don't talk about evolution. You're talking nonsense. Ling Wu suddenly stood up and said sternly, "You're talking nonsense." "All right. I've come here for two matters. Firstly, I'm sure that the current you hates me to the bone because I've torn your inner heart apart. Therefore, you'll break through your bottom line next. You'll start to distort the truth and misrepresent a deer as a horse." Yang Dingtian said, "Bullshit. Don't tarnish my noble character. Don't slander my upright character." Ling Wu said, "Of course, I believe that's what you're thinking in your heart right now. However, when you're faced with the fact that you can bite me, you probably won't be able to resist this temptation. Especially when you're used to being righteous." Yang Dingtian said, "All right, I won't argue with you anymore. You can see for yourself when the time comes. Secondly, I'll completely imprison you in a windowless dungeon. After that, you'll be cut off from all contact with the outside world." Yang Dingtian took out a snow-white jade box from his bosom and handed it to Ling Wu. "This is for you. You can't open it now. However, when I release you and you see Wu Yuming again, you can open it. You're welcome to open it when the time comes." After that, Yang Dingtian ordered, "Imprison Ling Wu in the dungeon. Don't let her communicate with the outside world, especially with a certain type of bird." Back to the headquarters in Beijing. At this moment, the sky had already begun to brighten. There were only a few hours left before the Taekwondo League conference. "Sect Master, aren't you going to sleep?" Yun Zhenu asked. "The sky is about to brighten. I won't sleep. Perhaps someone will come looking for me soon." Yang Dingtian said. How did you know?" Yun Zhenu asked. Yang Dingtian smiled. After an hour, there was a report from the outside. "Sect Master, Wu Yuming requests to see you," Zhao Mu said. Yun Zhenu was stunned. "All right, I'll go and see him," Yang Dingtian said. On the streets in the wee hours of the morning, other than the surveillance eyes, it was quiet. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming walked slowly, side by side. "Wu Yuming, let me tell you. What exactly do you want?" Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming said, "Yang Dingtian, you think that your status will rise after taking over the central continent. You think that you can stand side by side with me and ask me this question, right?" Yang Dingtian smiled. "I'm sorry. I still can't answer you because your field of vision is too narrow. You're standing too low. You're still too insignificant," Wu Yuming said. "Oh. Then why did you come to see me? Just to mock me?" Yang Dingtian said. "I'm here to tell you something," Wu Yuming said. "What is it?" "I'm all ears," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm warning you one last time. Don't hold the Taekwondo League assembly." Wu Yuming said, "No matter what reason you use, no matter how embarrassing it is, cancel the Taekwondo League assembly. I've never lied. If you don't cancel it, you'll definitely regret it." Yang Dingtian smiled casually. Wu Yuming said, "Yang Dingtian, I rarely speak so seriously, but every word I say is worth more than gold. If you don't listen to me, the consequences will be very serious." Yang Dingtian sneered, "You've really put in a lot of effort to stop the Taekwondo League assembly. 13 plagues broke out and countless people died. But I want to tell you, don't worry. Not that many people will die. I have enough measures to stop the plagues. I also have enough medicine to save those people. If nothing unexpected happens, the plagues have been stopped." Ning Wuming smiled faintly. "Those plagues of yours all came from evil ways. I know all the types of plagues. How to prevent them, how to treat them, and even the medicine. Black Heaven sect has already prepared enough," Yang Dingtian said. "So what?" Wu Yuming said casually. "Also, a total of 19 leaders who came to participate in the Taekwondo League assembly have disappeared. These people were my absolute opponents in the past. By making them disappear, not only can we destroy the Tiando League Assembly, but it can also make it easier to frame me in the future. Yang Dingtian said, unfortunately, I've already sent Shadowless, Kuei Si, and Yun Kalin to hide beside these people and replace them midway. Now, the experts you sent to kidnap these 19 leaders should have been captured or killed. These 19 leaders should be on their way to Zhongjing. Wu Yoming's face trembled slightly. Good move. Yang Dingtian sneered, so, you can't stop the Tiando League Assembly from being held. That's a pity, Wu Yuming said, I warned you not to hold the Tiando League Assembly. Otherwise, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. I've already warned you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Goodbye. Instantly, Wu Yuming disappeared without a trace. After daybreak, Zhu Hongxue, Qin Huayu, Qin Wanchou, Dongfang Minmi, and the others all arrived one after another. Because of the booklet of evil ways and the sufficient medicine, the plagues were controlled in the shortest time possible. At first, the death toll of these plagues was very scary, but many people didn't really die. In the end, the total death toll was more than 170,000. That's right, it was still a very scary number, but it was much better than what they had expected. In fact, the Council of Light even won the hearts of many people because of this rescue operation. 4 hours before the start of the Heavenly Tao Union Conference, Shadowless, Kuei Si, and Yun Kalin returned with the 19 missing leaders. Of course, they also caught the 5 attackers. So far, all of Wu Yoming's schemes had been defeated. It wasn't easy. Qin Huayu said, Sect Master, we finally defeated all of Wu Yoming's schemes and survived these difficult 5 days. The Tiando League Assembly can be held smoothly. Yes, no one can stop the Tiando League Assembly from being held. No one can stop the unification of the world. No one can stop the evil ways of preparing for war. Yang Dingtian said, as long as we achieve this goal, nothing else matters. Qin Huayu heard Yang Dingtian's voice and trembled slightly. Sect Master, we won, right? Yes, we won. Yang Dingtian said, although we can't change some of the results, we still won. Of course, Wu Yuming might also think that she won, but I can only say that summer insects can't be compared to ice. How can sparrows and sparrows know the ambitions of swans? As for the results, we will see in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the Tiando League Assembly officially began. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.